Section 27 of Imaginary Conversations by Walter Savage Landor. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Section 27. Scipio, Ploybius and Panaetius. Narrator read by Michele Eaton. Scipio read by Michele Eaton.
Ploybius read by TriciaG.
Panaetius read by MaryAnn.
I wish I could as easily make you smile today, O Emilius, as I shall our good-tempered and liberal Panaetius, a philosopher, as we have experienced, less inclined to speak ill or ludicrously of others, be the sect what it may, than any I know or have heard of. In my early days, one of a different kind, and whose alarms at luxury were, as we discovered, subdued in some degree, in some places, was invited by Critolaus to dine with a party of us, all then young officers, on our march from Achaia into Elis. His florid and open countenance made his company very acceptable, and the more so, as we were informed by Critolaus that he never was importunate with his morality at dinner-time. Philosophers, if they deserve the name, are by no means indifferent as to the places in which it is their intention to sow the seeds of virtue. They choose the ingenuous, the modest, the sensible, the obedient. We thought rather of where we should place our table. Behind us lay the forest of Pholoe, with its many glens opening to the plain; before us the temple of Olympian Zeus, indistinctly discernible, leaned against the azure heavens, and the rivulet of Selinus ran a few stadions from us, seen only where it received a smaller streamlet, originating at a fountain close by. The cistus, the pomegranate, the myrtle, the serpolet, bloomed over our heads and beside us, for we had chosen a platform where a projecting rock, formerly a stone quarry, shaded us, and where a little rill, of which the spring was there, bedimmed our goblets with the purest water. The awnings we had brought with us to protect us from the sun were unnecessary for that purpose. We rolled them therefore into two long seats, filling them with moss, which grew profusely a few paces below. "When our guest arrives," said Critolaus, "every one of these flowers will serve him for some moral illustration. Every shrub will be the rod of Mercury in his hands." We were impatient for the time of his coming. Tholomyia, the beloved of Critolaus, had been instructed by him in a stratagem to subvert or shake at least and stagger the philosophy of Euthymides. Has the name escaped me? No matter, perhaps he is dead. If living, he would smile at a recoverable lapse as easily as we did. Tholomyia wore a dress like ours, and acceded to every advice of Critolaus, excepting that she would not consent readily to entwine her head with ivy. At first she objected that there was not enough of it for all. Instantly 2 or 3 of us pulled down, for nothing is more brittle, a vast quantity from the rock, which loosened some stones, and brought down together with them a bird's nest of the last year. Then she said, "I dare not use this ivy, the omen is a bad one." "Do you mean the nest, Tholomyia?" said Critolaus. "No, not the nest so much as the stones," replied she, faltering. "Ah, those signify the dogmas of Euthymides, which you, my lovely Tholomyia, are to loosen and throw down." At this she smiled faintly and briefly, and began to break off some of the more glossy leaves, and we who stood around her were ready to take them and place them in her hair, when suddenly she held them tighter, and let her hand drop. On her lover's asking her why she hesitated, she blushed deeply and said, "Phoronius told me I looked best in myrtle." Innocent and simple and most sweet, I remember, was her voice, and, when she had spoken, the traces of it were remaining on her lips. Her beautiful throat itself changed color, it seemed to undulate, and the roseate predominated in its pearly hue. Phoronius had been her admirer. She gave the preference to Critolaus, yet the name of Phoronius at that moment had greater effect upon him than the recollection of his defeat. Tholomyia recovered herself sooner. We ran wherever we saw myrtles, and there were many about, and she took a part of her coronal from every one of us, smiling on each. But it was only of Critolus that she asked if he thought that myrtle became her best. Feronius, answered he, not without melancholy, is infallible as Paris. There was something in the tint of the tender sprays resembling that of the hair they encircled. The blossoms, too, were white as her forehead. She reminded me of those ancient fables which represent the favorites of the gods as turning into plants. So accordant and identified was her beauty with the flowers and foliage she had chosen to adorn it. In the midst of our felicitations to her, we heard the approach of horses, for the ground was dry and solid, and Euthymides was presently with us. The mounted slave who led off his master's charger, for such he appeared to be in all points, suddenly disappeared. I presume lest the sight of luxury should corrupt him. I know not where the groom rested, nor where the two animals, no neglected ones certainly, for they were plump and stately, found provender. Euthymides was of lofty stature, had somewhat passed the middle age, but the graces had not left his person, as they usually do when it begins to bear an impression of authority. He was placed by the side of Tholomnia. Gladness and expectation sparkled from every eye. The beauty of Tholomnia seemed to be a light sent from heaven for the festival, a light the pure radiance of which cheered and replenished the whole heart. Desire of her was chastened, I may rather say was removed, by the confidence of Critolus in our friendship.
Well said. The story begins to please and interest me. Where love finds the soul he neglects the body, and only turns to it in his idleness as to an afterthought. Its best allurements are but the nuts and figs of the divine repast.
We exulted in the felicity of our friend, and wished for nothing which even he could not have granted. Happy was the man from whom the glancing eye of Tholomnia seemed to ask some advice, how she should act or answer. Happy he, too, offering her an apple in the midst of her discourse, fixed his keen survey upon the next, anxious to mark where she had touched it. For it was a calamity to doubt upon what streak or speck, while she was inattentive to the basket, she had placed her finger.
I wish, Aemilianus, you would look rather more severely than you do. Upon my life. I cannot. And put an end to those dithyrambics. The ivy runs about us and may infuriate us.
The dithyrambics, I do assure you, Panaetius, are not of my composing. We are both in danger from the same thyrsus. We will parry it as well as we can, or bend our heads before it.
Come, Ploybius, we must follow you then, I see, or fly you.
Would you rather hear the remainder another time?
By Hercules, I have more curiosity than becomes me.
No doubt, in the course of the conversation, Euthymides had made the discovery we hoped to obviate. Never was his philosophy more amiable or more impressive. Pleasure was treated as a friend, not as a master. Many things were found innocent that had long been doubtful. Excesses alone were condemned. Tholomnia was enchanted by the frankness and liberality of her philosopher, although, in addressing her, more purity on his part and more rigor were discernible. His delicacy was exquisite. When his eyes met hers, they did not retire with rapidity and confusion, but softly and complacently, as though it were the proper time and season of reposing from the splendors they had encountered. Hers from the beginning were less governable. When she found that they were so, she contrived scheme after scheme for diverting them from the table, and entertaining his unobservedly. The higher part of the quarry, which had protected us always from the western sun, was covered with birch and hazel, the lower with innumerable shrubs, principally the arbutus and myrtle. "Look at those goats above us," said Tholomnia. "What has tangled their hair so? They seem wet." "They have been lying on the cistus in the plain," replied Euthymides. "Many of its broken flowers are sticking upon them yet, resisting all the efforts, as you see, of hoof and tongue." "How beauteous," said she, "are the flexible and crimson branches of this arbutus." taking it in one hand and beating with it on the back of the other. "It seems only to have come out of its crevice to pat my shoulder at dinner, and twitch my myrtle when my head leaned back. I wonder how it can grow in such a rock." "The arbutus," answered he, "clings to the earth with the most fondness where it finds her in the worst poverty, and covers her bewintered bosom with leaves, berries, and flowers. On the same branch is unripe fruit of the most vivid green, ripening of the richest orange, ripened of perfect scarlet. The maidens of Tyre could never give so brilliant and sweet a lustre to the fleeces of Miletus, nor did they ever string such even and graceful pearls as the blossoms are for the brides of Assyrian or Persian kings." "And yet the myrtle is preferred to the arbutus," said Tholomyès, with some slight uneasiness. "I know why," replied he. "May I tell it?" She bowed and smiled, perhaps not without the expectation of some compliment. He continued, "The myrtle has done what the arbutus comes too late for. The myrtle has covered with her starry crown the beloved of the reaper and vintager. The myrtle was around the head of many a maiden celebrated in song, when the breezes of autumn scattered the first leaves, and rustled among them on the ground. And when she cried timidly, 'Rise, rise, people are coming, here, there, many.'" Tholomyès said, "That now is not true. Where did you hear it?" And in a softer and lower voice, if I may trust Androcles, "O Euthymides, do not believe it." Either he did not hear her or dissembled it, and went on. "This deserves preference, this deserves immortality, this deserves a place in the temple of Venus, in her hand, in her hair, in her breast. Tholomyès herself wears it." We laughed and applauded. She blushed and looked grave and sighed, for she had never heard any one, I imagine, talk so long at once. However it was, she sighed. I saw and heard her. Critolus gave her some glances. She did not catch them. One of the party clapped his hands longer than the rest, whether in approbation or derision of this rhapsody, delivered with glee and melody, and entreated the philosopher to indulge us with a few of his adventures. "You deserve, young man," said Euthymides gravely, "to have as few as I have had, you whose idle curiosity would thus intemperately reveal the most sacred mysteries. Poets and philosophers may reason on love, and dream about it, but rarely do they possess the object, and, whenever they do, that object is the invisible deity of a silent worshipper." "Reason, then, or dream," replied the other, breathing an air of scorn to soothe the soreness of the reproof. "When we reason on love," said Euthymides, "we often talk as if we were dreaming. Let me try whether the recital of my dream can make you think I talk as if I were reasoning. You may call it a dream, a vision, or what you will. I was in a place not very unlike this, my head lying back against a rock, where its crevices were tufted with soft and odoriferous herbs, and where vine leaves protected my face from the sun, and from the bees, which, however, were less likely to molest me, being busy in their first hours of honey-making among the blossoms. Sleep soon fell upon me, for of all philosophers I am certainly the drowsiest, though perhaps there are many quite of equal ability in communicating the gift of drowsiness. Presently I saw 3 figures, 2 of which were beautiful, very differently, but in the same degree. The other was much less so. The least of the 3, at the first glance, I recognized to be Love, although I saw no wings, nor arrows, nor quiver, nor torch, nor emblem of any kind designating his attributes. The next was not Venus, nor a Grace, nor a Nymph, nor goddess of whom in worship or meditation I had ever conceived an idea, and yet my heart persuaded me she was a goddess, and from the manner in which she spoke to Love, and he again to her, I was convinced she must be. Quietly and unmovedly, as she was standing, her figure, I perceived, was adapted to the perfection of activity. With all the succulence and suppleness of early youth, scarcely beyond puberty, it however gave me the idea, from its graceful and easy languor, of its being possessed by a fondness for repose. Her eyes were large and serene, and of a quality to exhibit the intensity of thought, or even the habitude of reflection, but incapable of expressing the plenitude of joy, and her countenance was tinged with so delicate a colour, that it appeared an effluence from an irradiated cloud passing over it in the heavens. The third figure, who sometimes stood in one place and sometimes in another, and of whose countenance I could only distinguish that it was pale, anxious, and mistrustful, interrupted her perpetually. I listened attentively and with curiosity to the conversation, and by degrees I caught the appellations they interchanged. The one I found was Hope, and I wondered I did not find it out sooner. The other was Fear, which I should not have found out at all, for she did not look terrible nor aghast, but more like sorrow or despondency. The first words I could collect of Hope were these, spoken very mildly, and rather with a look of appeal than of accusation: "Too surely you have forgotten, for never was child more forgetful or more ungrateful, how many times I have carried you in my bosom, even when your mother drove you from her, and when you could find no other resting place in heaven or earth." "O unsteady, unruly love!" cried the pale goddess with much energy. "It has often been by my intervention that thy wavering authority was fixed. For this I have thrown alarm after alarm into the heedless breast that Hope had once beguiled, and that was growing insensible and torpid under her feebler influence. I do not upbraid thee, and it never was my nature to caress thee, but I claim from thee my portion of the human heart, mine, ever mine, abhorrent as it may be of me. Let Hope stand on one side of thy altars, but let my place be on the other, or, I swear by all the gods, not any altars shalt thou possess upon the globe." She ceased, and Love trembled. He turned his eyes upon Hope, as if in his turn appealing to her. She said, "It must be so. It was so from the beginning of the world. Only let me never lose you from my sight." She clasped her hands upon her breast as she said it, and he looked on her with a smile, and was going up, I thought, to kiss her, when he was recalled and stopped. "Where love is, there will I be also," said Fear, "and even thou, O Hope, never shalt be beyond my power." At these words I saw them both depart. I then looked toward Love. I did not see him go, but he was gone. The narration being ended, there were some who remarked what very odd things dreams are. But Thelminia looked almost as if she herself was dreaming, and Alcimus, who sat opposite, and fancied she was pondering on what the vision could mean, said it appeared to him a thing next to certainty that it signified how love cannot exist without hope or without fear. Euthymides nodded assent, and assured him that a soothsayer in great repute had given him the same interpretation. Upon which the younger friends of Alcimus immediately took the ivy from his forehead, and crowned him with laurel, as being worthy to serve Apollo. But they did it with so much noise and festivity, that, before the operation was completed, he began to suspect they were in jest. Thelminia had listened to many stories in her lifetime, yet never had she heard one from any man before who had been favored by the deities with a vision. Hope and Love, as her excited imagination represented them to her, seemed still to be with Euthymides. She thought the tale would have been better without the mention of fear, but perhaps this part was only a dream, all the rest a really true vision. She had many things to ask him. She did not know when, nor exactly what, for she was afraid of putting too hard a question to him in the presence of so many, lest it might abash him if he could not answer it. But she wished to ask him something, anything. She soon did it, not without faltering, and was enchanted by the frankness and liberality of her philosopher. "Did you ever love?" said she, smiling, though not inclined to smile, but doing it to conceal, as in her simplicity she thought it would, her blushes; and looking a little aside, at the only cloud in the heavens, which crossed the moon, as if adorning her for a festival, with a fillet of pale sapphire and interlucent gold. "I thought I did," replied he, lowering his eyes that she might lower hers to rest upon him. "Do, then, people ever doubt this?" she asked in wonder, looking full in his face with earnest curiosity. "Alas," said he softly, "until a few hours ago, until Thelminia was placed beside me, until an ungenerous heart exposed the treasure, that there should have dwelt within it, to the tarnish of a stranger, if that stranger had the baseness to employ the sophistry that was in part expected from him, never should I have known that I had not loved before. We may be uncertain if a vase or an image be of the richest metal, until the richest metal be set right against it. Tholymnia, if I thought it possible at any time hereafter that you should love me as I love you, I would exert to the uttermost my humble powers of persuasion to avert it." "Oh, there is no danger," said she, disconcerted. "I did not love any one. I thought I did, just like you, but indeed, Euthymides, I was equally in an error. Women have dropped into the grave from it, and have declared to the last moment that they never loved. Men have sworn they should die with desperation, and have lived merrily, and have dared to run into the peril 50 times. They have hard, cold hearts, incommunicative and distrustful." "Have I, too, Tholymnia?" gently he expostulated. "No, not you," said she. "You may believe I was not thinking of you when I was speaking. But the idea does really make me smile and almost laugh, that you should fear me, supposing it possible, if you could suppose any such thing. Love does not kill men, take my word for it." He looked rather in sorrow than in doubt, and answered, "Unpropitious love may not kill us always, may not deprive us at once of what at their festivals the idle and inconsiderate call life. But oh, Tholymnia, our lives are truly at an end when we are beloved no longer. Existence may be continued, or rather may be renewed, but the agonies of death and the chilliness of the grave have been passed through. Nor are there Elysian fields, nor the sports that delighted in former times awaiting us, nor pleasant converse, nor walks with linked hands, nor intermitted songs, nor vengeful kisses for leaving them off abruptly, nor looks that shake us to assure us afterward, nor that bland inquietude, as gently tremulous as the expansion of buds into blossoms, which hurries us from repose to exercise, and from exercise to repose." "Oh, I have been very near loving," sighed Tholymnia. "Where in the world can a philosopher have learned all this about it?" The beauty of Tholymnia, her blushes, first at the deceit, afterward at the encouragement she received in her replies, and lastly from some other things which we could not penetrate, highly gratified Critolus. Soon, however, for wine always brings back to us our last strong feeling, he thought again of Phironius, as young, as handsome, and once, is it the word? As dear to her. He saddened at the myrtle on the head of his beloved. It threw shadows and gloom upon his soul. Her smiles, her spirits, her wit, and above all her nods of approbation wounded him. He sighed when she covered her face with her hand. When she disclosed it, he sighed again. Every glance of pleasure, every turn of surprise, every movement of her body pained and oppressed him. He cursed in his heart whoever it was who had stuffed that portion of the couch. There was so little moss, thought he, between Tholymnia and Euthymides. He might have seen Athos part them, and would have murmured still. The rest of us were in admiration at the facility and grace with which Tholymnia sustained her part, and observing less Critolus than we did in the commencement, when he acknowledged and enjoyed our transports, indifferently and contentedly saw him rise from the table and go away, thinking his departure a preconcerted section of the stratagem. He retired, as he told us afterward, into a grot. So totally was his mind abstracted from the entertainment, he left the table athirst, covered as it was with fruit and wine, and abundant as ran beside us the clearest and sweetest and most refreshing rill. He related to me that, at the extremity of the cavern, he applied his parched tongue to the dripping rock, shunning the light of day, the voice of friendship, so violent was his desire of solitude and concealment, and he held his forehead and his palms against it when his lips had closed. We knew not and suspected not his feelings at the time, and rejoiced at the anticipation of the silly things a philosopher should have whispered, which Tholomyès in the morning of the festival had promised us to detail the next day. Love is apt to get entangled and to trip and stumble when he puts on the garb of friendship. It is too long and loose for him to walk in, although he sometimes finds it convenient for a covering. Euthymides the philosopher made this discovery, to which perhaps others may lay equal claim. After the lesson he had been giving her, which amused her in the dictation, she stood composed and thoughtful, and then said hesitatingly, "But would it be quite proper? Would there be nothing of insincerity and falsehood in it to my Critolus?" He caught her up in his arms, and, as in his enthusiasm he raised her head above his, he kissed her bosom. She reproved and pardoned him, making him first declare and protest he would never do the like again. "O soul of truth and delicacy!" cried he aloud, and Tholomyès, no doubt, trembled lest her lover should in a moment be forsworn, so imminent and inevitable seemed the repetition of his offence. But he observed on her eyelashes what had arisen from his precipitation in our presence, a hesitating, long-suspended tear, like that which hangs upon the vine fresh pruned, until the morning kisses it away. The nymphs, who often drive men wild, they tell us, have led me astray. I must return with you to the grot. We gave every facility to the stratagem. One slipped away in one direction, another in another, but, at a certain distance, each was desirous of joining some comrade, and of laughing together. Yet each reproved the laughter, even when far off, lest it should do harm, reserving it for the morrow. While they walked along, conversing, the words of Euthymides fell on the ears of Tholomyès softly as cistus petals, fluttering and panting for a moment in the air, fall on the thirsty ground. She, in a voice that makes the brain dizzy as it plunges into the breast, replied to him, "O Euthymides, you must have lived your whole lifetime in the hearts of women, to know them so thoroughly. I never knew mine before you taught me." Euthymides now was silent, being one of the few wise men whom love ever made wiser. But, in his silence and abstraction, he took especial care to press the softer part of her arm against his heart, that she might be sensible of its quick pulsation; and, as she rested her elbow within the curvature of his, the slenderest of her fingers solicited, first one, then another, of those beneath them, but timidly, briefly, inconclusively, and then clung round it pressingly for countenance and support. Panaetius, you have seen the mountains on the left hand, eastward, when you are in Olympia, and perhaps the little stream that runs from the nearest of them into the Alpheus. Could you have seen them that evening? The moon never shone so calmly, so brightly upon Latmos, nor the torch of love before her. And yet many of the stars were visible, the most beautiful were among them, and as Euthymides taught Tholomyès their names, their radiance seemed more joyous, more effulgent, more beneficent. If you have ever walked forth into the wilds and open plains upon such moonlit nights, cautious as you are, I will venture to say, Panaetius, that you have often tripped, even though the stars were not your study. There was an arm to support or to catch Tholomyès, yet she seemed incorrigible. Euthymides was patient. At last he did I know not what, which was followed by a reproof, and a wonder how he could have done so, and another how he could answer for it. He looked ingenuously and apologetically, forgetting to correct his fault in the meanwhile. She listened to him attentively, pushing his hand away at intervals, yet less frequently and less resolutely in the course of his remonstrance, particularly when he complained to her that the finer and more delicate part of us, the eye, may wander at leisure over what is in its way, yet that its dependence in the corporeal system must not follow it; that they must hunger and faint in the service of a power so rich and absolute. This being hard, unjust, and cruel, said he, never can be the ordinance of the gods. Love alone feeds the famishing. Love alone places all things, both of matter and of mind, in perfect harmony. Love hath less to learn from wisdom than wisdom hath to learn from love. Modest man, said she to herself, there is a great deal of truth in what he says, considering he is a philosopher. She then asked him, after a pause, why he had not spoken so in the conversation on love, which appeared to give animation, mirth, and wit to the dullest of the company, and even to make the wines of Chios, Crete, and Lesbos sparkle with fresh vivacity in their goblets. I, who was placed by the fountain-head, replied he, had no inclination to follow the shallow and slender stream, taking its course towards streets and lanes, and dipped into and muddled by unhallowed and uncleanly hands. After dinner such topics are usually introduced, when the objects that ought to inspire our juster sentiments are gone away. An indelicacy worse than Thracian. The purest gales of heaven, in the most perfect solitudes, should alone lift up the aspiration of our souls to the divinities all men worship. Sensible creature, sighed Thelminia in her bosom, how rightly he does think. Come, fairest of wanderers, whispered he, softly and persuasively, such will I call you, though the stars hear me, and though the gods too, in a night like this, pursue their loves upon earth. The moon has no little pools filled with her light under the rock yonder. She deceives us in the depth of these hollows, like the limpid sea. Beside, we are here among the pinks and sand roses. Do they never prick your ankles with their stems and thorns? Even their leaves at this late season are enough to hurt you. I think they do, replied she, and thanked him, with a tender, timid glance, for some fresh security his arm or hand had given her in escaping from them. Oh, now we are quite out of them all. How cool is the saxifrage! How cool the ivy leaves! I fancy, my sweet scholar, or shall I rather say, for you have been so oftener, my sweet teacher, they are not ivy leaves. To me they appear to be periwinkles. I shall gather some and see, said Thelminia. Periwinkles cover wide and deep hollows. Of what are they incapable when the convolvulus is in league with them? She slipped from the arm of Euthymides, and in an instant had disappeared. In an instant, too, he had followed.
These are mad pranks, and always end ill. Moonlights. Cannot we see them quietly from the tops of our houses, or from the plain pavement? Must we give challenges to mastiffs, make appointments with wolves, run after asps, and languish for stone quarries? Unwary philosopher and simple girl, were they found again?
Yea, by Castor, and most unwillingly.
I do not wonder, when the bones are broken without the consolation of some great service rendered in such misfortune, and when beauty must become deformity, I can well believe that they both would rather have perished.
Amaranth on the couch of Jove and Hebe was never softer than the bed they fell on. Critolus had advanced to the opening of the cavern. He had heard the exclamation of Thelminia as she was falling. He forgave her. He ran to her for her forgiveness. He heard some low sounds. He smote his heart, else it had fainted in him. He stopped. Euthymides was raising up Thelminia, forgetful, as was too apparent, of himself. Traitor! exclaimed the fiery Critolus, thy blood shall pay for this. Impostor, whose lesson this very day was, that luxury is the worst of poisons. Critolus, answered he calmly, drawing his robe about him, for, falling in so rough a place, his vesture was a little disordered, we will not talk of blood, but as for my lesson of to-day, I must defend it. In a few words, then, since I think we are none of us disposed for many, hemlock does not hurt goats, nor luxury philosophers. Thelminia had risen more beautiful from her confusion, but her colour soon went away, and, if any slight trace of it were remaining on her cheeks, the modest moonlight and the severer stars would let none show itself. She looked as the statue of Pygmalion would have looked, had she been destined the hour after animation to return to her inanimate state. Offering no excuse, she was the worthier of pardon. But there is one hour in which pardon never entered the human breast, and that hour was this. Critolus, who always had ridiculed the philosophers, now hated them from the bottom of his heart. Every sect was detestable to him, the Stoic, the Platonic, the Epicurean, all equally, but especially those hypocrites and impostors in each, who, under the cloak of philosophy, came forward with stately figures, prepossessing countenances, and bland discourse.
We do not desire to hear what such foolish men think of philosophers, true or false, but pray tell us how he acted on his own notable discovery, for I opine he was the unlikeliest of the three to grow quite calm on a sudden.
He went away, not without fierce glances at the stars, reproaches to the gods themselves, and serious and sad reflections upon destiny. Being, however, a pious man by constitution and education, he thought he had spoken of the omens unadvisedly, and found other interpretations for the stones we had thrown down with the ivy. And said he, sighing, the bird's nest of last year, too. I now know what that is.
Ploybius, I consider you too grave a man to report such idle stories. The manner is not yours. I rather think you have torn out a page or two from some love feast, not generally known, of Plato.
End of section 27. Section 28 of Imaginary Conversations by Walter Savage Landor. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Section 28. David Hume and John Home. Narrator read by Michele Eaton.
David Hume, read by Thomas Peter.
John Home, read by TriciaG.
We Scotchmen, sir, are somewhat proud of our families and relationships. This is, however, a nationality which perhaps I should not have detected in myself, if I had not been favoured with the flattering present of your tragedy. Our names, as often happens, are spelled differently, but I yielded with no reluctance to the persuasion that we are, and not very distantly, of the same stock.
I hope, sir, our mountains will detain you among them some time, and I presume to promise you that you will find in Edinburgh a society as polished and literate as in Paris.
As literate I can easily believe, my cousin, and perhaps as polished, if you reason upon the ingredients of polish, but there is certainly much more amenity and urbanity at Paris than anywhere else in the world, and people there are less likely to give and take offence. All topics may be discussed without arrogance and superciliousness. An atheist would see you worship a stool, or light a candle at noon without a sneer at you, and the bishop, if he were well dressed and perfumed, would argue with you calmly and serenely, though you doubted the whole Athanasian creed.
So much the worse. God forbid we should ever experience this lukewarmness in Scotland.
God, it appears, has forbidden it. For which reason, to show my obedience and submission, I live as much as possible in France, where at present God has forbidden no such thing.
Religion, my dear sir, can alone make men happy, and keep them so.
Nothing is better calculated to make men happy than religion, if you allow them to manage it according to their minds, in which case the strong men hunt down others until they can fold them, and trap them or noose them. Here, however, let the discussion terminate. Both of us have been in a cherry orchard, and have observed the advantage of the jacket, hat, and rattle.
Our reformed religion does not authorize any line of conduct diverging from right reason. We are commanded by it to speak the truth to all men.
Are you likewise commanded to hear it from all men?
Yes, let it only be proved to be truth.
I doubt the fact. On the contrary, you will not even let it be proved. You resist the attempt. You blockade the preliminaries. Religion, as you practice it in Scotland, in some cases is opposite to reason and subversive of happiness.
In what instance?
If you had a brother whose wife was unfaithful to him without a suspicion, if he lived with her happily, if he had children by her, if others of which he was fond could be proved by you, and you only, not to be his, what would you do?
Oh, the strumpet! We have none such here.
Come now, if ye had a brother, I was supposing whose wife—
Out upon her! Should my brother cohabit with her? Should my nephews be defrauded of their patrimony by bastards?
You would then destroy his happiness and his children's, for supposing that you preserve to them a scanty portion more of fortune, which you could not do, still the shame they would feel from their mother's infamy would much outweigh it.
I do not see clearly that this is a question of religion.
All the momentous actions of religious men are referable to their religion, more or less nearly. All the social duties, and surely these are implicated here, are connected with it. Suppose again that you knew a brother and sister who, born in different countries, met at last, ignorant of their affinity, and married.
Poor, blind, sinful creatures! God be merciful to them.
I join you heartily in the prayer, and would only add to it, man be merciful to them also. Imagine them to have lived together 10 years, to have a numerous and happy family, to come and reside in your parish, and the attestation of their prior relationship to be made indubitable to you by some document which alone could establish and record it. What would you do?
I would snap asunder the chain that the devil had ensnared them in, even if he stood before me. I would implore God to pardon them, and to survey with an eye of mercy their unoffending bairns.
And would not you be disposed to behold them with an eye of the same materials?
Could I leave them in mortal sin, and pray to the ensnarer of souls? No, I would rush between them as with a flaming sword. I would rescue them by God's help from perdition.
What misery and consternation would this rescue bring with it?
They would call upon the hills to cover them, to crush and extinguish their shame.
Those who had lived together in love and innocence and felicity. A word spoken to them by their pastor brings them into irremediable guilt and anguish. And you would do this?
The laws of God are above all other laws. His ways are inscrutable. Thick darkness covers his throne.
My cousin, you who have written so elegant and pathetic a tragedy, cannot but have read the best contrived one in existence, the Oedipus of Sophocles.
It has wrung my heart. It has deluged my eyes with weeping.
Which would you rather do? Cause and excite those sufferings, or assuage and quell them?
Am I a Scotchman or an islander of the Red Sea, that a question like this should be asked me?
You would not then have given to Oedipus that information which drove him and Jocasta to despair.
As a Christian and a minister of the gospel, I am commanded to defy the devil, and to burst asunder the bonds of sin.
I am certain you would be greatly pained in doing it.
I should never overcome the grief and anxiety so severe a duty would cause me.
You have now proved, better than I could have done in 20 essays, that, if morality is not religion, neither is religion morality. Either of them, to be good, and the one must be and the other should be so, will produce good effects from the beginning to the end, and be followed by no remorse or repentance. It would be presumptuous in me to quote the Bible to you, who are so much more conversant in it, yet I cannot refrain from repeating, for my own satisfaction, the beautiful sentence on holiness, that all her ways are pleasantness, and all her paths are peace. It says, not one or two paths, but all. For vice hath one or two passably pleasant in the season. If we could forget that, when we would return, the road is difficult to find, and must be picked out in the dark. Imagine anything in the semblance of a duty attended by regret and sorrow, and be assured that holiness has no concern in it. Admonition, it is true, is sometimes of such a nature, from that of the irregularity it would correct, as to occasion a sigh or a blush to him who gives it. In this case, the sensation so manifested adds weight to the reproof, and indemnifies the reprover. He is happy to have done what from generosity and tenderness of heart he was sorry and slow to do, and the person in whose behalf he acted must be degraded beneath the dignity of manhood, if he feels less for himself than another has felt for him. The regret is not at the performance of his duty, but at the failure of its effect. To produce as much happiness as we can, and to prevent as much misery, is the proper aim and end of true morality and true religion. Only give things the right direction. There is room, do but place and train them well.
What, room for vice and wickedness?
There was a time when what is wine was not wine, when what is vinegar was not vinegar, when what is corruption was not corruption. That which would turn into vice may not only not turn into it, but may, by discreet and attentive management, become the groundwork of virtue. A little watchfulness over ourselves will save us a great deal of watchfulness over others, and will permit the kindliest of religions to drop her inconvenient and unseemly talk of enmity and strife, cuirasses and breastplates, battles and exterminations.
These carnal terms are frequent in the books of the Old Testament.
Because the books of the Old Testament were written when the world was much more barbarous and ferocious than it is at present, and legislators must accommodate their language to the customs and manners of the country.
Apparently you would rather abolish the forcible expressions of our pious reformers than the abominations at which their souls revolted. I am afraid you would hesitate as little to demolish kirks as convents, to drive out ministers as monks.
I would let ministers in their kirks alone. I would abolish monasteries, but gradually and humanely, and not until I discovered how and where the studious and pious could spend their time better. I hold religion in the light of a metal which has contracted rust from ages. This rust seems to have been its preserver for many centuries, but after some few more will certainly be its consumer, and leave no vestige of effigy or superscription behind. It should be detached carefully and patiently, not ignorantly and rudely scoured off. Happiness may be taken away from many with the design of communicating it to more, but that which is a grateful and refreshing odour in a limited space would be none whatever in a larger. That which is comfortable warmth to the domestic circle will not awaken the chirping of a cricket, or stimulate the flight of a butterfly in the forest. That which satisfies 100 poor monks would, if thrown open to society at large, contribute not an atom to its benefit and emolument. Placid tempers, regulated habitudes, consolatory visitations, are suppressed and destroyed, and nothing rises from their ruins. Better let the cell be standing than level it only for the thorn and nettle.
What good do these idlers with their cords and wallets, or, if you please, with their regularities?
These have their value, at least to the possessor and the few about him. Ask rather, what is the worth of his abode to the prince or to the public? Who is the wiser for his cowl, the warmer for his frock, the more contented for his cloister, when they are taken from him? Monks, it is true, are only as stars that shine upon the desert. But tell me, I beseech you, who caused such a desert in the moral world, and who rendered so faint a light, in some of its periods, a blessing? Ignorant rulers must be the answer, and inhuman laws. They should cease to exist some time before their antidotes, however ill compounded, are cast away. If we had lived 7 or 8 centuries ago, John Home would probably have been saying Mass at the altar, and David Hume, fatter and lazier, would have been pursuing his theological studies in the convent. We are so much the creatures of times and seasons, so modified and fashioned by them, that the very plants upon the wall, if they were as sensible as some suppose them to be, would laugh at us.
Fantastic forms and ceremonies are rather what the philosopher will reprehend. Strip away these, reduce things to their primitive state of purity and holiness, and nothing can alter or shake us, clinging as we should to the anchor of faith.
People clung to it long ago, but many lost their grasp, benumbed by holding too tightly. The Church of Scotland brings close together the objects of veneration and abhorrence. The evil principle, or devil, was, in my opinion, hardly worth the expense of his voyage from Persia. But since you have him, you seem resolved to treat him nobly, hating him, defying him, and fearing him nevertheless. I would not, however, place him so very near the Creator, let his pretensions, from custom and precedent, be what they may.
He is always marring the fair works of our Heavenly Father. In this labor is his only proximity.
You represent him as spurring men on to wickedness, from no other motive than the pleasure he experiences in rendering them miserable.
He has no other, excepting his inveterate spite and malice against God. from which, indeed, to speak more properly, this desire originates.
Has he lost his wits, as well as his station, that he fancies he can render God unhappy by being spiteful and malicious? You wrong him greatly, but you wrong God more. For in all Satan's attempts to seduce men into wickedness, he leaves every one his free will either to resist or yield. But the Heavenly Father, as you would represent him, predestines the greater part of mankind to everlasting pains and torments, antecedently to corruption or temptation. There is no impiety in asking you which is the worst, for impiety most certainly does not consist in setting men right on what is demonstrable in their religion, nor in proving to them that God is greater and better than, with all their zeal for him, they have ever thought him.
This is to confound religion with philosophy, the source of nearly every evil in conduct and of every error in ethics.
Religion is the eldest sister of philosophy. On whatever subjects they may differ, it is unbecoming in either to quarrel, and most so about their inheritance.
And have you nothing, sir, to say against the pomps and vanities of other worships, that you should assail the institutions of your native country? To fear God, I must suppose, then, is less meritorious than to build steeples, and embroider surplices, and compose chants, and blow the bellows of organs.
My dear sir, it is not because God is delighted with hymns and instruments of music, or prefers bass to tenor or tenor to bass, or Handel to Giles Holloway, that nations throng to celebrate in their churches his power and his beneficence. It is not that Inigo Jones or Christopher Wren could erect to him a habitation more worthy of his presence than the humblest cottage on the loneliest moor. It is that the best feelings, the highest faculties, the greatest wealth should be displayed and exercised in the patrimonial palace of every family united. For such are churches both to the rich and poor.
Your hand, David! Pardon me, sir, the sentiment carried me beyond custom, for it recalled to me the moments of blissful enthusiasm when I was writing my tragedy, and charmed me the more as coming from you.
I explain the causes of things, and leave them.
Go on, sir, pray go on, for here we can walk together. Suppose that God never heard us, never cared for us. Do those care for you or hear you, whose exploits you celebrate at public dinners, our Wallaces and Bruces? Yet are not we thence the braver, the more generous, the more grateful?
I do not see clearly how the more grateful, but I would not analyze by reducing to a cinder a lofty sentiment.
Every act of gratitude is rewarded by reproduction. Justice is often pale and melancholy, but gratitude, her daughter, is constantly in the flow of spirits and the bloom of loveliness. You call out to her when you fancy she is passing. You want her for your dependents, your domestics, your friends, your children. The ancients, as you know, habitually asked their gods and goddesses by which of their names it was most agreeable to them to be invoked. Now let gratitude be, for what the play of our fancy we have just imagined her, a sentient living power. I cannot think of any name more likely to be pleasing to her than religion. The simplest breast often holds more reason in it than it knows of, and more than philosophy looks for or suspects. We almost as frequently despise what is not despicable as we admire and reverence what is. No nation in the world was ever so enlightened, and in all parts and qualities so civilized, as the Scotch. Why would you shake or unsettle or disturb these principles which have rendered us peaceable and contented?
I will not by any means.
Many of your writings have evidently such a tendency.
Those of my writings to which you refer will be read by no nation. A few speculative men will take them, but none will be rendered more gloomy, more dissatisfied, or more unsocial by them. Rarely will you find one who, 5 minutes together, can fix his mind even on the surface. Some new tune, some idle project, some light thought, some impracticable wish, will generally run, like the dazzling haze of summer on a dry heath, betwixt them and the reader. A bagpipe will swallow them up, a strathspey will dissipate them, or romance with a death rattle in her throat will drive them away into dark staircases and charnel houses. You and I, in the course of our conversation, have been at variance, as much as discreet and honest men ought to be. Each knows that the other thinks differently from him, yet each esteems the other. I cannot but smile when I reflect that a few paces, a glass of wine, a cup of tea, conciliate those whom wisdom would keep asunder.
No wonder you scoff emphatically as you pronounce the word wisdom.
If men would permit their minds like their children to associate freely together, if they would agree to meet one another with smiles and frankness, instead of suspicion and defiance, the common stock of intelligence and of happiness would be centupled. Probably those two men who hate each other most, and whose best husbandry is to sow burrs and thistles in each other's path, would, if they had ever met and conversed familiarly, have been ardent and inseparable friends. The minister who may order my book to be burned tomorrow by the hangman, if I, by any accident, had been seated yesterday by his side at dinner, might perhaps in another fortnight recommend me to his master, for a man of such gravity and understanding as to be worthy of being a privy councillor, and might conduct me to the treasury bench.
End of section 28. Section 29 of Imaginary Conversations by Walter Savage Landor. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Section 29. Alfieri and Solomon the Florentine Jew. Narrator read by Michele Eaton.
Solomon the Florentine Jew, read by Brett Hirsch.
Alfieri, read by Michele Eaton. Let us walk to the window, Signor Solomon. And now, instead of the silly simpering compliments repeated at introductions, let me assure you that you are the only man in Florence with whom I would willingly exchange a salutation.
I must think myself highly flattered, Signor Conte, having always heard that you are not only the greatest democrat, but also the greatest aristocrat in Europe.
These two things, however opposite, which your smile would indicate, are not so irreconcilable as you imagine. Let us first understand the words, and then talk about them. The democrat is he who wishes the people to have a due share in the government, and this share, if you please, shall be the principal one. The aristocrat of our days is contented with no actual share in it, but if a man of family is conscious of his dignity, and resentful that another has invaded it, he may be and is universally called an aristocrat. The principal difference is that one carries outward what the other carries inward. I am thought an aristocrat by the Florentines for conversing with few people, and for changing my shirt and shaving my beard on other days than festivals, which the most aristocratical of them never do, considering it no doubt as an excess. I am, however, from my soul a republican, if prudence and modesty will authorise any man to call himself so. And this, I trust, I have demonstrated in the most valuable of my works, the treatise on tyranny and the dialogue with my friends at Siena. The aristocratical part of me, if part of me it must be called, hangs loose and keeps off insects. I see no aristocracy in the children of sharpers from behind the counter, nor, placing the matter in the most favourable point of view, in the descendants of free citizens who accepted from any vile enslaver, French, Spanish, German, or priest or monk, represented with a piece of buffoonery, like a beehive on his head and a picklock key at his girdle, the titles of counts and marquises. In Piedmont the matter is different. We must either have been the rabble or the lords. We were military, and we retain over the populace the same rank and spirit as our ancestors held over the soldiery.
Signor Conte, I have heard of levellers, but I have never seen one. All are disposed to level down, but nobody to level up. As for nobility, there is none in Europe beside the Venetian. Nobility must be self-constituted and independent. The free alone are noble. Slavery, like death, levels all. The English comes nearest to the Venetian. They are independent, but want the main characteristic, the self-constituted. You have been in England, Signor Conte, and can judge of them better than I can.
It is among those who stand between the peerage and the people that there exists a greater mass of virtue and of wisdom than in the rest of Europe. Much of their dignified simplicity may be attributed to the plainness of their religion, and, what will always be imitated, to the decorous life of their king. For whatever may be the defects of either, if we compare them with others round us, they are excellent.
A young religion jumps upon the shoulders of an older one, and soon becomes like her, by mockery of her tricks, her cant, and her decrepitude. Meanwhile the old one shakes with indignation, and swears there is neither relationship nor likeness. Was there ever religion in the world that was not the true religion, or was there ever a king that was not the best of kings?
In the latter case, we must have arrived nigh perfection, since it is evident from the authority of the gravest men, theologians, presidents, judges, corporations, universities, senates, that every prince is better than his father, of blessed memory now with God. If they continue to rise thus transcendently, earth in a little time will be incapable of holding them. The higher heavens must be raised upon the highest heavens for their reception. The lumber of our Italian courts, the most crazy part of which is that which rests upon a red cushion in a gilt chair, with stars and sheep and crosses dangling from it, must be approached as Artaxerxes and Domitian. These automatons, we are told, nevertheless, are very condescending. Poor fools who tell us it, ignorant that where on one side is condescension, on the other side must be baseness. The rascals have ruined my physiognomy. I wear an habitual sneer upon my face. God confound them for it, even when I whisper a word of love in the prone ear of my Donna.
This temper or constitution of mind, I am afraid, may do injury to your works.
Surely not to all. My satire at least must be the better for it.
I think differently. No satire can be excellent where displeasure is expressed with acrimony and vehemence. When satire ceases to smile, it should be momentarily, and for the purpose of inculcating a moral. Juvenal is hardly more a satirist than Lucan. He is indeed a vigorous and bold declaimer, but he stamps too often, and splashes up too much filth. We Italians have no delicacy in wit. We have indeed no conception of it. We fancy we must be weak if we are not offensive. The scream of Pulcinello is imitated more easily than the masterly strokes of Plautus, or the sly insinuations of Catullus and of Flaccus.
We are the least witty of men because we are the most trifling.
You would persuade me, then, that to be witty one must be grave? This is surely a contradiction.
I would persuade you only that banter, pun, and quibble are the properties of light men and shallow capacities, that genuine humour and true wit require a sound and capacious mind, which is always a grave one. Contemptuousness is not incompatible with them. Worthless is that man who feels no contempt for the worthless, and weak who treats their emptiness as a thing of weight. At first it may seem a paradox, but it is perfectly true that the gravest nations have been the wittiest, and in those nations some of the gravest men. In England, Swift and Addison; in Spain, Cervantes, Rabelais, and La Fontaine are recorded by their countrymen to have been rêveurs. Few men have been graver than Pascal. Few have been wittier. That Shakespeare was gay and pleasurable in conversation I can easily admit, for there never was a mind at once so plastic and so pliant. But without much gravity could there have been that potency and comprehensiveness of thought, that depth of feeling, that creation of imperishable ideas, that sojourn in the souls of other men. He was amused in his workshop, such was society, that when he left it he meditated intensely upon those limbs and muscles on which he was about to bestow new action, grace, and majesty, and so great an intensity of meditation must have strongly impressed his whole character.
Certainly, no race of men upon earth ever was so unwarlike, so indifferent to national dignity and to personal honor as the Florentines are now. Yet in former days a certain pride, arising from a resemblance in their government to that of Athens, excited a vivifying desire of approximation where no danger or loss accompanied it, and genius was no less confident of his security than of its power. Look from the window. That cottage on the declivity was Dante's. That square and large mansion, with a circular garden before it, elevated artificially, was the first scene of Boccaccio's Decameron. A boy might stand at equal distance between them, and break the windows of each with his sling. What idle fabricators of crazy systems will tell me that climate is the creator of genius? The climate of Austria is more regular and more temperate than ours, which I am inclined to believe is the most variable in the whole universe, subject, as you have perceived, to heavy fogs for 2 months in winter, and to a stifling heat, concentrated within the hills, for 5 more. Yet a single man of genius hath never appeared in the whole extent of Austria, an extent several thousand times greater than our city, and this very street has given birth to 50.
Since the destruction of the Republic, Florence has produced only one great man, Galileo, and abandoned him to every indignity that fanaticism and despotism could invent. Extraordinary men, like the stones that are formed in the higher regions of the air, fall upon the earth only to be broken and cast into the furnace. The precursor of Newton lived in the deserts of the moral world, drank water and ate locusts and wild honey. It was fortunate that his head also was not lopped off. Had a singer asked it instead of a dancer, it would have been.
In fact it was, for the fruits of it were shaken down and thrown away. He was forbidden to publish the most important of his discoveries, and the better part of his manuscripts was burned after his death.
Yes, Signor Salomon, those things may rather be called our heads than this knob above the shoulder, of which, as matters stand, we are rather the porters than the proprietors, and which is really the joint concern of barber and dentist.
Our thoughts, if they may not rest at home, may wander freely. Delighting in the remoter glories of my native city, I forget at times its humiliation and ignominy. A town so little that the voice of a cabbage girl in the midst of it may be heard at the extremities. Reared within 3 centuries a greater number of citizens illustrious for their genius than all the remainder of the continent, excepting her sister Athens, in 6,000 years. My ignorance of the Greek forbids me to compare our Dante with Homer. The propriety and force of language and the harmony of verse in the glorious Grecian are quite lost to me. Dante had not only to compose a poem, but in great part a language. Fantastical as the plan of his poem is, and I will add, uninteresting and uninviting, unimportant, mean, contemptible, as are 9/10 of his characters and his details, and wearisome as is the scheme of his versification, there are more thoughts highly poetical, there is more reflection, and the nobler properties of mind and intellect are brought into more intense action, not only than in the whole course of French poetry, but also in the whole of continental. Nor do I think, I must here also speak with hesitation, that any one drama of Shakespeare contains so many. Smile as you will, Signor Conte. What must I think of a city where Michelangelo, Frate Bartolomeo, Ghiberti, who formed them, Guicciardini, and Machiavelli were secondary men? And certainly such were they, if we compare them with Galileo and Boccaccio and Dante.
I smiled from pure delight, which I rarely do, for I take an interest deep and vital in such men, and in those who appreciate them rightly and praise them unreservedly. These are my fellow citizens. I acknowledge no other. We are of the same tribe, of the same household, I bow to them as being older than myself, and I love them as being better.
Let us hope that our Italy is not yet effete. Filangieri died but lately. What think you of him?
If it were possible that I could ever see his statue in a square at Constantinople, though I should be scourged for an idolater, I would kiss the pedestal. As this, however, is less likely than that I should suffer for writing satirically, and as criticism is less likely to mislead me than speculation, I will revert to our former subject. Indignation and contempt may be expressed in other poems than such as are usually called satires. Felicia, in his celebrated address to Italy, steers a middle course. A perfect piece of criticism must exhibit where a work is good or bad. Why it is good or bad, in what degree it is good or bad, must also demonstrate in what manner and to what extent the same ideas or reflections have come to others, and if they be clothed in poetry, why, by an apparently slight variation, what in one author is mediocrity, in another is excellence. I have never seen a critic of Florence or Pisa or Milan or Bologna who did not commend and admire the sonnet of Cassiani on the rape of Proserpine without a suspicion of its manifold and grave defects. Does not this describe the devils of our carnival, rather than the majestic brother of Jupiter, at whose side upon asphodel and amaranth the sweet Persephone sits pensively contented in that deep motionless quiet which mortals pity and which the gods enjoy, rather than him who, under the umbrage of Elysium, gazes at once upon all the beauties that on earth were separated, Helena and Eriphyle, Polyxena and Hermione, Didamia and Deianira, Leda and Omphale, Atalanta and Cydippe, Laodamia, with her arm round the neck of a fond youth, who she still seems afraid of losing, and apart the daughters of Niobe, clinging to their parent.
These images are better than satires. But continue, in preference to other thoughts or pursuits, the noble career you have entered. Be contented, Signor Conte, with the glory of our first great dramatist, and neglect altogether any inferior one. Why vex and torment yourself about the French? They buzz and are troublesome while they are swarming, but the master will soon hive them. Is the whole nation worth the worst of your tragedies? All the present race of them, all the creatures in the world which excite your indignation, will lie in the grave while young and old are clapping their hands or beating their bosoms at your brutto primo. Consider also that kings and emperors should, in your estimation, be but as grasshoppers and beetles. Let them consume a few blades of your clover without molesting them, without bringing them to crawl on you and claw you. The difference between them and men of genius is almost as great as between men of genius and those higher intelligences who act in immediate subordination to the Almighty. Yes, I assert it, without flattery and without fear, the angels are not higher above mortals than you are above the proudest that trample on them.
I believe, sir, you were the first in commending my tragedies.
He who first praises a good book becomingly is next in merit to the author.
As a writer and as a man, I know my station. If I found in the world 5 equal to myself, I would walk out of it, not to be jostled. I must now, Signor Salomon, take my leave of you, for his eminence my coachman, and their excellencies my horses are waiting.
End of section 29. Section 30 of Imaginary Conversations by Walter Savage Landor. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Section 30. Rousseau and Malesherbes. Narrator, read by Michele Eaton.
Rousseau, read by Thomas Peter.
Malesherbes, read by Michele Eaton.
I am ashamed, sir, of my countrymen. Let my humiliation expiate their offence. I wish it had not been a minister of the gospel who received you with such inhospitality.
Nothing can be more ardent and more cordial than the expression with which you greet me, Mr. Rousseau, on my return from your lakes and mountains.
If the pastor took you for a courtier, I reverence him for his contemptuousness.
Why so? Indeed, you are in the wrong, my friend. No person has a right to treat another with contemptuousness, unless he knows him to deserve it. When a courtier enters the house of a pastor, in preference to the next, the pastor should partake in the sentiment that induced him, or at least not be offended, to be preferred. A courtier is such at court. In the house of a clergyman he is not a courtier but a guest. If to be a courtier is offensive, remember that we punish offences where they are committed, where they can be examined, where pleadings can be heard for and against the accused, and where nothing is admitted extraneous from the indictment excepting what may be adduced in his behalf by witnesses to the general tenor of his character.
Is it really true that the man told you to mount the hayloft if you wished a night's lodging?
He did. A certain proof that he has no more took me to be a courtier than I took him to be. I accepted his offer, and never slept so soundly. Moderate fatigue, the alpine air, the blaze of a good fire, for I was admitted to it some moments, and a profusion of odoriferous hay, below which a cow was sleeping, subdued my senses, and protracted my slumbers beyond the usual hour.
You have no right, sir, to be the patron and remunerator of inhospitality. 3 or 4 such men as you would corrupt all Switzerland, and prepare it for the fangs of France and Austria. Kings like hyenas will always fall upon dead carcasses, although their bellies are full, and although they are conscious that in the end they will tear one another to pieces over them. Why should you prepare their prey? Were your fire and effulgence given you for this? Why, in short, did you thank this child? Why did you recommend him to his superiors for preferment on the next vacancy?
I must adopt your opinion of his behaviour in order to answer you satisfactorily. You suppose him inhospitable. What milder or more effectual mode of reproving him than to make every dish at his table admonish him? If he did evil, have I no authority before me which commands me to render him good for it? Believe me, Monsieur Rousseau, the execution of this command is always accompanied by the heart's applause, and opportunities of obedience are more frequent here than anywhere. Would not you exchange resentment for the contrary feeling, even if religion or duty said nothing about the matter? I am afraid the most philosophical of us are sometimes a little perverse, and will not be so happy as they might be, because the path is pointed out to them, and because he who points it out is wise and powerful. Obstinacy and jealousy, the worst parts of childhood and of manhood, have range enough for their ill humours without the heavens.
Sir, I perceive you are among my enemies. I did not think it, for whatever may be my faults, I am totally free from suspicion.
And do not think it now, I entreat you, my good friend.
Courts and society have corrupted the best heart in France, and have perverted the best intellect.
They have done much evil, then.
Answer me, in your own conscience, how could you choose to live among the perfidies of Paris and Versailles?
Lawyers and advocates in particular must live there, philosophers need not. If every honest man thought it requisite to leave those cities, would the inhabitants be the better?
You have entered into intimacies with the members of various administrations, opposite in plans and sentiments, but alike hostile to you, and all of whom, if they could have kept your talents down, would have done it. Finding the thing impossible, they ceased to persecute, and would gladly tempt you under the semblance of friendship and esteem to supplicate for some office, that they might indicate to the world your unworthiness by refusing you. A proof, as you know, quite sufficient and self-evident.
They will never tempt me to supplicate for anything but justice, and that in behalf of others. I know nothing of parties. If I am acquainted with two persons of opposite sides in politics, I consider them as you consider a watchmaker and a cabinet maker. One desires to rise by one way, and the other by another. Administrations and systems of government would be quite indifferent to those very functionaries and their opponents who appear the most zealous partisans, if their fortunes and consequence were not affixed to them. Several of these men seem consistent, and indeed are. The reason is, versatility would loosen and detach from them the public esteem and confidence,
by which their girandoles are lighted, their dinners served, their lackeys liveried, and their opera girls vie in benefit nights. There is no state in Europe where the least wise have not governed the most wise. We find the light and foolish keeping up with the machinery of government easily and leisurely, just as we see butterflies keep up with carriages at full speed. This is owing in both cases to their levity and their position. The stronger and the more active are left behind. I am resolved to prove that farmers general are the main causes of the defects in our music.
Prove it, or anything else, provided that the discussion does not irritate and torment you.
Truth is the object of philosophy.
Not of philosophers. The display of ingenuity, for the most part, is, and always has been, it. I must here offer you an opinion of my own, which if you think well of me you will pardon, though you should disbelieve its solidity. My opinion, then, is, that truth is not reasonably the main and ultimate object of philosophy, but that philosophy should seek truth merely as the means of acquiring and of propagating happiness. Truths are simple. Wisdom, which is formed by their apposition and application, is concrete. Out of this, in its vast varieties, open to our wants and wishes, comes happiness. But the knowledge of all the truths ever yet discovered does not lead immediately to it, nor indeed will ever reach it, unless you make the most important of them bear upon your heart and intellect, and form, as it were, the blood that moves and nurtures them.
I never until now entertained a doubt that truth is the ultimate aim and object of philosophy. No writer has denied it, I think.
Designedly none may, but when it is agreed that happiness is the chief good, it must also be agreed that the chief wisdom will pursue it. And I have already said, what your own experience cannot but have pointed out to you, that no truth or series of truths, hypothetically, can communicate or attain it. Come, Monsieur Rousseau, tell me candidly, do you derive no pleasure from a sense of superiority in genius and independence?
The highest, sir, from a consciousness of independence.
Ingenuous is the epithet we affix to modesty, but modesty often makes men act otherwise than ingenuously. You, for example, now, you are angry at the servility of people, and disgusted at their obtuseness and indifference on matters of most import to their welfare. If they were equal to you, this anger would cease, but the fire would break out somewhere else, on ground which appears at present sound and level. Voltaire, for instance, is less eloquent than you, but Voltaire is wittier than any man living. This quality
is the quality of a buffoon and a courtier, but the buffoon should have most of it to support his higher dignity.
Voltaire's is Attic.
If malignity is Attic, petulance is not wit, although a few grains of wit may be found in petulance. Quartz is not gold, although a few grains of gold may be found in quartz. Voltaire is a monkey in mischief, and a spaniel in obsequiousness. He declaims against the cruel and tyrannical, and he kisses the hands of adulteresses who murder their husbands, and of robbers who decimate their gang.
I will not discuss with you the character of the man, and only that part of the authors on which I spoke. There may be malignity in wit, there cannot be violence. You may irritate and disquiet with it, but it must be by means of a flower or a feather. Wit and humour stand on one side, irony and sarcasm on the other.
They are near neighbourhood.
So are the Elysian fields and the Tartarus.
Pray go on. Teach me to stand quiet in my stall, while my masters and managers pass by.
Well then, Pascal argues as closely and methodically. Bossuet is as scientific in the structure of his sentences. Demosthenes, many think, has equal fire, vigour, dexterity, equal selection of topics, and equal temperance in treating them, immeasurably as he falls short of you in appeals to the sensibility, and in everything which by way of excellence we usually call genius.
Sir, I see no resemblance between a pleader at the bar, or a haranguer of the populace, and me.
Certainly his questions are occasional, but one great question hangs in the centre, and high above the rest, and this is, whether the mother of liberty and civilization shall exist, or whether she shall be extinguished in the bosom of her family. As we often apply to eloquence and her parts the terms we apply to architecture and hers, let me do it also, and remark that nothing can be more simple, solid, and symmetrical, nothing more frugal in decoration, or more appropriate in distribution, of the apartments of Demosthenes. Yours excel them in space and altitude. Your ornaments are equally chaste and beautiful, with more variety and invention, more airiness and light. But why among the loves and graces does Apollo flay Marsyas? And why may not the tiara still cover the ears of Midas? Cannot you, who detest kings and courtiers, keep away from them? If I must be with them, let me be in good humour and good spirits. If I will tread upon a Persian carpet, let it at least be in clean shoes. As the raciest wine makes the sharpest vinegar, so the richest fancies turn the most readily to acrimony. Keep yours, my dear Monsieur Rousseau, from the exposure and heats that generate it. Be contented, enjoy your fine imagination, and do not throw your salad out of window, nor shove your cat off your knee, on hearing it said that Shakespeare has a finer, or that a minister is of opinion that you know more of music than of state. My friend, the quarrels of ingenious men are generally far less reasonable and just, less placable and moderate, than those of the stupid and ignorant. We ought to blush at this, and we should blush yet more deeply if we bring them in as parties to our differences. Let us conquer by kindness, which we cannot do easily or well without communication.
The minister would expel me from his antechamber, and order his valets to buffet me, if I offered him any proposal for the advantage of mankind.
Call to him, then, from this room, where the valets are civiller. Nature has given you a speaking trumpet, which neither storm can drown, nor enemy can silence. If you esteem him, instruct him. If you despise him, do the same. Surely, you who have much benevolence would not despise any one willingly or unnecessarily. Contempt is for the incorrigible. Now, where upon earth is he whom your genius, if rightly and temperately exerted, would not influence and correct? I never was more flattered or honoured than by your patience in listening to me. Consider me an old woman who sits by the bedside in your infirmity, who brings you no savoury viand, no exotic fruit, but a basin of whey or a basket of strawberries from your native hills, assures you that what oppressed you was a dream, occasioned by the wrong position in which you lay, opens the window, gives you fresh air, and entreats you to recollect the features of nature, and to observe, which no man ever did so accurately, their beauty. In your politics you cut down a forest to make a toothpick, and cannot make even that out of it. Do not let us in jurisprudence be like critics in the classics, and change whatever can be changed, right or wrong. No statesman will take your advice. Supposing that any one is liberal in his sentiments and clear-sighted in his views, nevertheless love of power is jealous, and he would rejoice to see you fleeing from persecution or turning to meet it. The very men whom you would benefit will treat you worse. As the ministers of kings wish their masters to possess absolute power, that the exercise of it may be delegated to them, which it naturally is, from the violence and sloth alternate, with despots as with wild beasts, and that they may apprehend no check or control from those who discover their misdemeanours. In like manner, the people places more trust in favour than in fortune, and hopes to obtain by subserviency what it never might by election or by chance. Else in free governments, so some are called, for names once given are the last things lost, all minor offices and employments would be assigned by ballot. Each province or canton would present a list annually of such persons in it as are worthy to occupy the local administrations. To avoid any allusion to the country in which we live, let us take England for example. Is it not absurd, iniquitous, and revolting that the minister of a church in Yorkshire should be appointed by a lawyer in London, who never knew him, never saw him, never heard from a single one of the parishioners, or recommendation of any kind? Is it not more reasonable that a justice of the peace should be chosen by those who have always been witness of his integrity?
The king should appoint his ministers and should invest them with power and splendour. But those ministers should not appoint to any civil or religious place of trust or profit, which the community could manifestly fill better. The greater part of offices and dignities should be conferred for a short and stated time, that all might hope to attain and strive to deserve them. Embassies in particular should never exceed 1 year in Europe, nor consulates 2. To the latter office I assign this duration as the more difficult to fulfil properly, from requiring a knowledge of trade, although a slight one, and because those who possess any such knowledge are inclined for the greater part to turn it to their own account, which a consul ought by no means to do. Frequent election of representatives and of civil officers in the subordinate employments would remove most causes of discontent in the people, and of instability in kingly power. Here is a lottery in which every one is sure of a prize, if not for himself, at least for somebody in his family or among his friends, and the ticket would be fairly paid for out of the taxes.
So it appears to me. What other system can present so obviously to the great mass of the people the two principal piers and buttresses of government, tangible interest and reasonable hope? No danger of any kind can arise from it. No antipathies, no divisions, no imposture of demagogues, no caprice of despots. On the contrary, many and great advantages in places which at the first survey do not appear to border on it. At present, the best of the English juridical institutions, that of justices of the peace, is viewed with diffidence and distrust. Elected as they would be, and increased in number, the whole judicature, civil and criminal, might be confided to them, and their labours be not only not aggravated, but diminished. Suppose them in 4 divisions to meet at 4 places in every county once in 20 days, and to possess the power of imposing a fine not exceeding 200 francs on every cause implying oppression, and one not exceeding 50 on such as they should unanimously declare frivolous.
Few would become attorneys, and those from among the indigent.
Almost the greatest evil that exists in the world, moral or physical, would be removed. A second appeal might be made in the following session. A third could only come before Parliament, and this alone by means of attorneys, the number of whom altogether would not exceed the number of coroners. For in England there are as many who cut their own throats as who would cut their own purses.
The famous trial by jury would cease. This would disgust the English.
The number of justices would be much augmented. Nearly all those who now are jurymen would enjoy this rank and dignity, and would be flattered by sitting on the same bench with the first gentleman of the land.
What number would sit?
3 or 5 in the first instance, 5 or 7 in the second, as the number of causes should permit.
The laws of England are extremely intricate and perplexed. Such men would be puzzled.
Such men having no interest in the perplexity, but on the contrary an interest in unravelling it, would see such laws corrected. Intricate as they are, questions on those which are the most so are usually referred by the judges themselves to private arbitration. of which my plan, I conceive, has all the advantages, united to those of open and free discussion among men of unperverted sense, and unbiassed by professional hopes and interests. The different courts of law in England cost about 70 millions of francs annually. On my system, the justices or judges would receive 25 francs daily, as the special jurymen do now, without any sense of shame or impropriety, however rich they may be, such being the established practice.
70 millions! 70 millions!
There are attorneys and conveyancers in London who gain 100,000 francs a year, and advocates more. The Chancellor,
the Selina of these harpies,
nets above 1 million, and is greatly more than an archbishop in the church, scattering preferment in Cumberland and Cornwall from his bench at Westminster.
Absurdities and enormities are great in proportion to custom or insuetude. If we had lived from childhood with a boa constrictor, we should think it no more a monster than a canary bird. The sum you mentioned, of 70 millions, is incredible.
In this estimate the expense of letters by the post, and of journeys made by the parties, is not and cannot be included.
The whole machine of government, civil and religious, ought never to bear upon the people with a weight so oppressive. I do not add the national defence, which, being principally naval, is more costly, nor institutions for the promotion of the arts, which in a country like England ought to be liberal. But such an expenditure should nearly suffice for these also, in time of peace. Religion and law indeed should cost nothing. At present the one hangs property, the other quarters it. I am confounded at the profusion. I doubt whether the Romans expended so much in that year's war, which dissolved the Carthaginian empire, and left them masters of the universe. What is certain, and what is better, it did not cost a tenth of it to colonize Pennsylvania, in whose forests the cradle of freedom is suspended, and where the eye of philanthropy, tired with tears and vigils, may wander and may rest. Your system, or rather your arrangement of one already established, pleases me. Ministers would only lose thereby that portion of their possessions which they give away to needy relatives, unworthy dependents, or the requisite supporters of their authority and power.
On this plan no such supporters would be necessary, no such dependents could exist, and no such relatives could be disappointed. Beside, the conflicts of their opponents must be periodical, weak, and irregular.
The craving for the rich carrion would be less keen. The zeal of opposition, as usual, would be measured by the stomach, whereon hope and overlooking have always a strong influence.
My excellent friend, do not be offended with me for an ingenious and frank confession. Promise me your pardon.
You need none.
Promise it nevertheless.
You have said nothing, done nothing which could in any way displease me.
You grant me, then, a bill of indemnity for what I may have undertaken, with a good intention since we have been together.
Willingly.
I fell into your views. I walked along with you side by side, merely to occupy your mind, which I perceived was agitated, in compliance with your humour, to engage your fancy, to divert it a while from Switzerland, by which you appear, and partly on my account, to be offended. I began with reflections upon England. I raised up another cloud in the region of them, light enough to be fantastic and diaphanous, and to catch some little irradiation from its western sun. Do not run after it farther. It has vanished already. Consider the 3 great nations.
Pray, which are those?
I cannot in conscience give the palm to the Hottentots, the Greenlanders, or the Hurons. I meant to designate those who united to empire the most social virtue and civil freedom. Athens, Rome, and England have received on the subject of government elaborate treatises from their greatest men. You have reasoned more dispassionately and profoundly on it than Plato has done, or probably than Cicero, led away as he often is by the authority of those who are inferior to himself. But do you excel Aristotle's in calm and patient investigation, Or think you, are your reading and range of thought more extensive than Harrington's and Milton's? Yet what effect have the political works of these marvellous men produced upon the world? What effect upon any one state, any one city, any one hamlet? A clerk in office, an accountant, a gauger of small beer, a song-writer for a tavern dinner, produces more. He thrusts his rags into the hole whence the wind comes, and sleeps soundly, while you and I are talking about elevations and proportions, pillars and pilasters, architraves and friezes. The buildings we should repair are falling to the earth, and the materials for their restoration are in the quarry.
I could answer you, but my mind has certain moments of repose, or rather of oscillation, which I would not for the world disturb. Music, eloquence, friendship, bring and prolong them.
Enjoy them, my dear friend, and convert them, if possible, to months and years. It is as much at your arbitration on what theme you shall meditate as in what meadow you shall botanize, and you have as much at your option the choice of your thoughts as of the keys in your harpsichord.
If this were true, who could be unhappy?
Those of whom it is not true, those who from want of practice cannot manage their thoughts, who have few to select from, and who, because of their sloth or their weakness, do not roll away the heaviest from before them. End of section 30. Section 31 of Imaginary Conversations by Walter Savage Landor. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Section 31. Lucullus and Caesar. Narrator read by Michele Eaton.
Lucullus, read by TriciaG.
Caesar, read by Brett Hirsch. Lucius Lucullus. I come to you privately and unattended, for reasons which you will know, confiding, I dare not say in your friendship, since no service of mine toward you hath deserved it, but in your generous and disinterested love of peace. Hear me on. Cnaeus Pompeius, according to the report of my connections in the city, had, on the instant of my leaving it for the province, begun to solicit his dependents to strip me ignominiously of authority. Neither vows nor affinity can bind him. He would degrade the father of his wife. He would humiliate his own children, the unoffending, the unborn. He would poison his own nascent love at the suggestion of ambition. Matters are now brought so far that either he or I must submit to a reverse of fortune, since no concession can assuage his malice, divert his envy, or gratify his cupidity. No sooner could I raise myself up from the consternation and stupefaction into which the certainty of these reports had thrown me, than I began to consider in what manner my own private afflictions might become the least noxious to the Republic. Into whose arms, then, could I throw myself more naturally and more securely? To whose bosom could I commit and consign more sacredly the hopes and destinies of our beloved country, than his who laid down power in the midst of its enjoyments, in the vigor of youth, in the pride of triumph, when dignity solicited, when friendship urged, entreated, supplicated, and when liberty herself invited and beckoned to him from the senatorial order and from the curule chair? Betrayed and abandoned by those we had confided in, our next friendship, if ever our hearts receive any, or if any will venture in those places of desolation, flies forward instinctively to what is most contrary and dissimilar. Caesar is hence the visitant of Lucullus.
I had always thought Pompeius more moderate and more reserved than you represent him, Caius Julius, and yet I am considered in general, and surely you also will consider me, but little liable to be prepossessed by him.
Unless he may have ingratiated himself with you recently, by the administration of that worthy whom last winter his partisans dragged before the Senate, and forced to assert publicly that you and Cato had instigated a party to circumvent and murder him, and whose carcass, a few days afterward, when it had been announced that he had died by a natural death, was found covered with bruises, stabs, and dislocations.
You bring much to my memory which had quite slipped out of it, and I wonder that it could make such an impression on yours. A proof to me that the interest you take in my behalf began earlier than your delicacy will permit you to acknowledge. You are fatigued, which I ought to have perceived before.
Not at all. The fresh air has given me life and alertness. I feel it upon my cheek, even in the room.
After our dinner and sleep, we will spend the remainder of the day on the subject of your visit.
Those Ethiopian slaves of yours shiver with cold upon the mountain here, and truly I myself was not insensible to the change of climate in the way from Mutina. What white bread! I never found such, even at Naples or Capua. This Formian wine, which I prefer to the Chian, how exquisite!
Such is the urbanity of Caesar, even while he bites his lip with displeasure. How? Surely it bleeds. Permit me to examine the cup.
I believe a jewel has fallen out of the rim in the carriage. The gold is rough there.
Marsipor, let me never see that cup again. No answer I desire. My guest pardons heavier faults. Mind that dinner be prepared for us shortly.
In the meantime, Lucullus, if your health permits it, shall we walk a few paces around the villa? For I have not seen anything of the kind before.
The walls are double, the space between them 2 feet. The materials for the most part earth and straw. 200 slaves, and about as many mules and oxen, brought the beams and rafters up the mountain. My architects fixed them at once in their places. Every part was ready, even the wooden nails. The roof is thatched, you see.
Is there no danger that so light a material should be carried off by the winds on such an eminence?
None resists them equally well.
On this immensely high mountain, I should be apprehensive of the lightning, which the poets, and I think the philosophers too, have told us strikes the highest.
The poets are right, for whatever is received as truth is truth in poetry, and a fable may illustrate like a fact. But the philosophers are wrong, as they generally are, even in the commonest things, because they seldom look beyond their own tenets, unless through captiousness, and because they argue more than they meditate, and display more than they examine. Archimedes and Euclid are, in my opinion, after our Epicurus, the worthiest of the name, having kept apart to the demonstrable, the practical, and the useful. Many of the rest are good writers and good disputants, but unfaithful suitors of simple science, boasters of their acquaintance with gods and goddesses, plagiarists and impostors. I had forgotten my roof, although it is composed of much the same materials as the philosophers. Let the lightning fall. 1 handful of silver, or less, repairs the damage.
Impossible. Nor indeed 1,000, nor 20, if those tapestries and pictures are consumed.
True, but only the thatch would burn. For, before the baths were tessellated, I filled the area with alum and water, and soaked the timbers and laths for many months, and covered them afterward with alum in powder, by means of liquid glue. Mithridates taught me this. Having in vain attacked with combustibles a wooden tower, I took it by stratagem, and found within it a mass of alum, which, if a great hurry had not been observed by us among the enemy in the attempt to conceal it, would have escaped our notice. I never scrupled to extort the truth from my prisoners, but my instruments were purple robes and plate, and the only wheel in my armory destined to such purposes was the wheel of fortune.
I wish, in my campaigns, I could have equaled your clemency and humanity. But the Gauls are more uncertain, fierce, and perfidious than the wildest tribes of Caucasus, and our policy cannot be carried with us. It must be formed upon the spot. They love you, not for abstaining from hurting them, but for ceasing, and they embrace you only at 2 seasons, when stripes are fresh, or when stripes are imminent. Elsewhere, I hope to become the rival of Lucullus in this admirable part of virtue. I shall never build villas because... But what are your proportions? Surely the edifice is extremely low.
There is only one floor. The height of the apartments is 20 feet to the cornice, 5 above it. The breadth is 25, the length 40. The building, as you perceive, is quadrangular. 3 sides contain 4 rooms each. The other has many partitions and 2 stories for domestics and offices. Here is my salt bath.
A bath indeed, for all the Nereids named by Hesiod, with room enough for the Tritons and their herds and horses.
Here stand my 2 cows. Their milk is brought to me with its warmth and froth, for it loses its salubrity both by repose and by motion. Pardon me, Caesar, I shall appear to you to have forgotten that I am not conducting Marcus Varro.
You would convert him into Caucus. He would drive them off. What beautiful beasts! How sleek and white and cleanly! I never saw any like them, excepting when we sacrificed to Jupiter, the stately leader from the pastures of the Clitumnus.
Often do I make a visit to these quiet creatures, with no less pleasure than in former days to my horses. Nor indeed can I much wonder that whole nations have been consentaneous in treating them as objects of devotion. The only thing wonderful is that gratitude seems to have acted as powerfully and extensively as fear. Indeed, more extensively, for no object of worship whatever has attracted so many worshippers. Where Jupiter has 1, the cow has 10. She was venerated before he was born, and will be even when the carvers have forgotten him.
Unwillingly should I see it. For the character of our gods hath formed the character of our nation. Serapis and Isis have stolen in among them, within our memory, and others will follow, until at last Saturn will not be the only one emasculated by his successor. What can be more august than our rights? The first dignitaries of the Republic are emulous to administer them. Nothing of low or venal has any place in them, nothing pusillanimous, nothing unsocial and austere. I speak of them as they were, before superstition woke up again from her slumber, and caught to her bosom, with maternal love, the alluvial monsters of the Nile. Philosophy, never fit for the people, had entered the best houses, and the image of Epicurus had taken the place of Lemurus. But men cannot bear to be deprived long together of anything they are used to, not even of their fears. And, by reaction of the mind appertaining to our nature, new stimulants were looked for, not on the side of pleasure, where nothing new could be expected or imagined, but on the opposite. Irreligion is followed by fanaticism, and fanaticism by irreligion, alternately and perpetually.
The religion of our country, as you observe, is well adapted to its inhabitants. Our progenitor, Mars, hath Venus recumbent on his breast, and looking up to him, teaching us that pleasure is to be sought in the bosom of valor, and by the means of war. No great alteration, I think, will ever be made in our rites and ceremonies. The best and most imposing that could be collected from all nations, and uniting them to us by our complaisance in adopting them. The gods themselves may change names to flatter new power, and indeed, as we degenerate, religion will accommodate herself to our propensities and desires. Our heaven is now popular. It will become monarchical. Not without a crowded court, as befits it, of apparitors and satellites and minions of both sexes, paid and caressed for carrying to their stern, dark-bearded master prayers and supplications. Altars must be strewn with broken minds, and incense rise amidst abject aspirations. Gods will be found unfit for their places, and it is not impossible that, in the ruin imminent from our contentions for power, and in the necessary extinction both of ancient families and of generous sentiments, our consular fasces may become the water-sprinklers of some upstart priesthood, and that my son may apply for lustration to the son of my groom. The interest of such men requires that the spirit of arms and of arts be extinguished. They will predicate peace, that the people may be tractable to them, but a religion altogether pacific is the fomenter of wars and the nurse of crimes, alluring sloth from within and violence from afar. If ever it should prevail among the Romans, it must prevail alone, For nations more vigorous and energetic will invade them, close upon them, trample them under foot, and the name of Roman, which is now the most glorious, will become the most opprobrious upon earth.
The time, I hope, may be distant, for next to my own name I hold my country's.
Mine, not coming from Troy or Ida, is lower in my estimation. I place my country's first. You are surveying the little lake beside us. It contains no fish, birds never alight on it, the water is extremely pure and cold. The walk round is pleasant, not only because there is always a gentle breeze from it, but because the turf is fine, and the surface of the mountain on this summit is perfectly on a level to a great extent in length, not a trifling advantage to me, who walk often and am weak. I have no alley, no garden, no enclosure. The park is in the vale below, where a brook supplies the ponds, and where my servants are lodged, for here I have only 12 in attendance.
What is that so white towards the Adriatic?
The Adriatic itself. Turn round and you may descry the Tuscan Sea. Our situation is reported to be among the highest of the Apennines. Marsupor has made the sign to me that dinner is ready. Pass this way.
What a library is here! Ah, Marcus Tullius, I salute thy image. Why frownest thou upon me, collecting the consular robe and uplifting the right arm, as when Rome stood firm again, and Catiline fled before thee?
Just so. Such was the action the statuary chose, as adding a new endearment to the memory of my absent friend.
Sylla, who honored you above all men, is not here.
I have his commentaries. He inscribed them, as you know, to me. Something even of our benefactors may be forgotten, and gratitude be unreproved.
The impression on that couch, and the 2 fresh honeysuckles in the leaves of those 2 books, would show, even to a stranger, that this room is peculiarly the master's. Are they sacred?
To me and Caesar.
I would have asked permission.
Caius Julius, you have nothing to ask of Ploybius and Thucydides, nor of Xenophon, the next to them on the table.
Thucydides, the most generous, the most unprejudiced, the most sagacious of historians. Now, Lucullus, you whose judgment in style is more accurate than any of the Romans, do tell me whether a commander, desirous of writing his commentaries, could take to himself a more perfect model than Thucydides.
Nothing is more perfect, nor ever will be. The scholar of Pericles, the master of Demosthenes, the equal of the one in military science, and of the other not the inferior in civil and forensic, the calm dispassionate judge of the general by whom he was defeated, his defender, his encomiast. To talk of such men is conducive not only to virtue, but to health. This other is my dining room. You expect the dishes.
I misunderstood. I fancied.
Repose yourself, and touch with the ebony wand beside you the sphinx on either of these obelisks, right or left.
Let me look at them first.
The contrivance was intended for one person, or 2 at most, desirous of privacy and quiet. The blocks of jasper in my pair, and of porphyry in yours, easily yield in their groves, each forming one partition. There are 4, containing 4 platforms. The lower holds 4 dishes, such as suckling forest boars, venison, hares, tunnies, sturgeons, which you will find within. The upper 3, 8 each, but diminutive. The confectionery is brought separately, for the steam would spoil it, if any should escape. The melons are in the snow, 30 feet under us. They came early this morning from a place in the vicinity of Lunae, travelling by night.
I wonder not at anything of refined elegance in Lucullus. But really here Antiochia and Alexandria seem to have cooked for us, and magicians to be our attendants.
The absence of slaves from our repast is the luxury, for Marsupor alone enters, and he only when I press a spring with my foot or wand. When you desire his appearance, touch that Chaldesiny just before you.
I eat quick, and rather plentifully. Yet the valetudinarian, excuse my rusticity, for I rejoice at seeing it, appears to equal the traveller in appetite, and to be contented with one dish.
It is milk. Such, with strawberries, which ripen on the Apennines many months in continuance, and some other berries of sharp and grateful flavor, has been my only diet since my first residence here. The state of my health requires it, and the habitude of nearly 3 months renders this food not only more commodious to my studies, and more conducive to my sleep, but also more agreeable to my palate than any other.
Returning to Rome or Baiae, you must domesticate and tame them. The cherries you introduced from Pontus are now growing in Cisalpine and Transalpine Gaul, and the largest and best in the world, perhaps, are upon the more sterile side of Lake Larius.
There are some fruits, and some virtues, which require a harsh soil and bleak exposure for their perfection.
In such a profusion of viands, and so savory, I perceive no odor.
A flue conducts heat through the compartments of the obelisks, and if you look up, you may observe that those gilt roses between the astragals in the cornice are prominent from it half a span. Here is an aperture in the wall, between which and the outer is a perpetual current of air. We are now in the dog days, and I have never felt in the whole summer more heat than at Rome in many days of March.
Usually, you are attended by troops of domestics and of dinner friends, not to mention the learned and scientific, nor your own family, your attachment to which, from youth upward, is one of the higher graces in your character. Your brother was seldom absent from you.
Marcus was coming, but the vehement heats along the Arno, in which valley he has a property he never saw before, inflamed his blood, and he now is resting for a few days at Festule, a little town destroyed by Sylla within our memory, who left it only air and water, the best in Tuscany. The health of Marcus, like mine, has been declining for several months. We are running our last race against each other, and never was I, in youth along the Tiber, so anxious of first reaching the goal. I would not outlive him. I should reflect too painfully on earlier days, and look forward too despondently on future. As for friends, lampreys and turbots beget them, and they spawn not amid the solitude of the Apennines. To dine in company with more than 2 is a Gaulish and German thing. I can hardly bring myself to believe that I have eaten in concert with 20. So barbarous and herd-like a practice does not now appear to me, such an incentive to drink much and talk loosely, not to add, such a necessity to speak loud, which is clownish and odious in the extreme. On this mountain summit I hear no noises, no voices, not even a salutation. We have no flies about us, and scarcely an insect or reptile.
Your amiable son is probably with his uncle. Is he well?
Perfectly. He was indeed with my brother in his intended visit to me, but Marcus, unable to accompany him hither, or superintend his studies in the present state of his health, sent him directly to his uncle Cato at Tusculum, a man fitter than either of us to direct his education, and preferable to any excepting yourself and Marcus Tullius in eloquence and urbanity.
Cato is so great that whoever is greater must be the happiest and first of men.
That any such be still existing, O Julius, ought to excite no groan from the breast of a Roman citizen. But perhaps I wrong you. Perhaps your mind was forced reluctantly back again on your past animosities and contests in the Senate.
I revere him, but cannot love him.
Then, Caius Julius, you groaned with reason, and I would pity rather than reprove you. On the ceiling at which you are looking, there is no gilding and little painting, a mere trellis of vines bearing grapes, and on the heads, shoulders, and arms rising from the cornice only, of boys and girls climbing up to steal them, and scrambling for them. Nothing overhead, no giants tumbling down, no Jupiter thundering, no Mars and Venus caught at midday, no river gods pouring out their urns upon us. For, as I think nothing so insipid as a flat ceiling, I think nothing so absurd as a storied one. Before I was aware, and without my participation, the painter had adorned that of my bedchamber with a golden shower, bursting from varied and irradiated clouds. On my expostulation, his excuse was that he knew the Danae of Scopas, in a recumbent posture, was to occupy the centre of the room. The walls, behind the tapestry and pictures, are quite rough. In 43 days the whole fabric was put together and habitable. The wine has probably lost its freshness. Will you try some other?
Its temperature is exact, its flavor exquisite. Latterly, I have never sat long after dinner, and am curious to pass through the other apartments, if you will trust me.
I attend you.
Lucullus, who is here? What figure is that on the poop of the vessel? Can it be?
The subject was dictated by myself. You gave it.
Oh, how beautifully is the water painted! How vividly the sun strikes against the snows on Taurus! The gray temples and pier head of Tarsus catch it differently, and the monumental mound on the left is half in shade. In the countenance of those pirates, I did not observe such diversity, nor that any boy pulled his father back. I did not indeed mark them or notice them at all.
The painter in this fresco, the last work finished, had dissatisfied me in one particular. That beautiful young face, said I, appears not to threaten death. Lucius, he replied, if one muscle were moved, it were not Caesar's. Beside, he said it jokingly, though resolved. I am contented with your apology, Antipho, but what are you doing now? For you never lay down or suspend your pencil, let who will talk and argue. The lines of that smaller face in the distance are the same. Not the same, replied he, nor very different. It smiles, as surely as the goddess must have done at the first heroic act of her descendant.
In her exultation and impatience to press forward, she seems to forget that she is standing at the extremity of the shell, which rises up behind out of the water. And she takes no notice of the terror on the countenance of this Cupid who would detain her, nor of this who is flying off and looking back. The reflection of the shell has given a warmer hue below the knee. A long streak of yellow light in the horizon is on the level of her bosom. Some of her hair is almost lost in it. Above her head on every side is the pure azure of the heavens. Oh, and you would not have shown me this? You, among whose primary studies is the most perfect satisfaction of your guests.
In the next apartment are 7 or 8 other pictures from our history. There are no more. What do you look for?
I find not among the rest any descriptive of your own exploits. Lucullus, there is no surer way of making them remembered. This, I presume by the harps in the 2 corners, is the music room.
No, indeed, nor can I be said to have one here, for I love best the music of a single instrument, and listen to it willingly at all times, but most willingly while I am reading. At such seasons a voice or even a whisper disturbs me, but music refreshes my brain when I have read long, and strengthens it from the beginning. I find also that if I write anything in poetry, a youthful propensity still remaining, it gives rapidity and variety and brightness to my ideas. On ceasing, I command a fresh measure and instrument, or another voice, which is to my mind like a change of posture or of air to the body. My health is benefited by the gentle play thus opened to the most delicate of the fibers.
Let me augur that a disorder so tractable may be soon removed. What is it thought to be?
I am inclined to think, and my physician did not long attempt to persuade me of the contrary, that the ancient realms of Aeetes have supplied me with some other plants than the cherry, and such as I should be sorry to see domesticated here in Italy.
The gods forbid. Anticipate better things. The reason of Lucullus is stronger than the medicaments of Mithridates. But why not use them too? Let nothing be neglected. You may reasonably hope for many years of life. Your mother still enjoys it.
To stand upon one's guard against death exasperates her malice and protracts our sufferings.
Rightly and gravely said. But your country at this time cannot do well without you.
The bowl of milk which today is presented to me will shortly be presented to my manes.
Do you suspect the hand?
I will not suspect a Roman. Let us converse no more about it.
It is the only subject on which I am resolved never to think, as relates to myself. Life may concern us, death not. For in death we neither can act nor reason. We neither can persuade nor command. and our statues are worth more than we are. Let them be but wax.
From being forever in action, forever in contention, and from excelling in them all other mortals, what advantage derive we? I would not ask what satisfaction, what glory. The insects have more activity than ourselves, the beasts more strength, even inert matter more firmness and stability, the gods alone more goodness. To the exercise of this every country lies open, and neither I eastward nor you westward have found any exhausted by contests for it. Must we give men blows because they will not look at us, or chain them to make them hold the balance evener? Do not expect to be acknowledged for what you are, much less for what you would be, since no one can well measure a great man but upon the bier. There was a time when the most ardent friend to Alexander of Macedon would have embraced the partisan for his enthusiasm, who should have compared him with Alexander of Pherae. It must have been at a splendid feast, and late at it, when Scipio should have been raised to an equality with Romulus, or Cato with Curius. It has been whispered in my ear, after a speech of Cicero, "If he goes on so, he will tread down the scandal of Marcus Antonius in the long run, and perhaps leave Hortensius behind." Officers of mine, speaking about you, have exclaimed with admiration, "He fights like Cinna." Think, Caius Julius, for you have been instructed to think both as a poet and as a philosopher, that among the 100 hands of ambition, to whom we may attribute them more properly than to Briareus, there is not one which holds anything firmly. In the precipitancy of her course, what appears great is small, and what appears small is great. Our estimate of men is apt to be as inaccurate and inexact as that of things, or more. Wishing to have all on our side, we often leave those we should keep by us, run after those we should avoid, and call inopportunely on others who sit quiet and will not come. We cannot at once catch the applause of the vulgar and expect the approbation of the wise. What are parties? Do men really great ever enter into them? Are they not ball courts where ragged adventurers strip and strive, and where dissolute youths abuse one another and challenge and game and wager? If you and I cannot quite divest ourselves of infirmities and passions, let us think, however, that there is enough in us to be divided into 2 portions, and let us keep the upper undisturbed and pure. A part of Olympus itself lies in dreariness and in clouds, variable and stormy, but it is not the highest. There the gods govern. Your soul is large enough to embrace your country, all other affection is for less objects, and less men are capable of it. Abandon, O Caesar, such thoughts and wishes as now agitate and propel you. Leave them to mere men of the marsh, to fat hearts and miry intellects. Fortunate may we call ourselves who have been born in an age so productive of eloquence, so rich in erudition. Neither of us would be excluded, or hooted at, on canvassing for these honors. He who can think dispassionately and deeply as I do, is great as I am. None other. But his opinions are at freedom to diverge from mine, as mine are from his. And indeed, on recollection, I never loved those most who thought with me, but those rather who deemed my sentiments worth discussion, and who corrected me with frankness and affability.
Lucullus, you perhaps have taken the wiser and better part, certainly the pleasanter. I cannot argue with you. I would gladly hear one who could, but you again more gladly. I should think unworthily of you, if I thought you capable of yielding or receding. I do not even ask you to keep our conversation long a secret, so greatly does it preponderate in your favor. So much more of gentleness, of eloquence, and of argument. I came hither with one soldier, avoiding the cities and sleeping at the villa of a confidential friend. Tonight I sleep in yours, and, if your dinner does not disturb me, shall sleep soundly. You go early to rest, I know.
Not, however, by daylight. Be assured, Caius Julius, that greatly as your discourse afflicts me, no part of it shall escape my lips. If you approach the city with arms I meet you. Then your denouncer and enemy, at present your host and confidant.
I shall conquer you.
That smile would cease upon it. You sigh already.
Yes, Lucullus. If I am oppressed, I shall overcome my oppressor. I know my army and myself. A sigh escaped me, and many more will follow. But one transport will rise amid them, when, vanquisher of my enemies and avenger of my dignity, I press again the hand of Lucullus, mindful of this day.
End of section 31. Section 32, Part 1 of Imaginary Conversations by Walter Savage Landor. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Section 32, Part 1. Epicurus, Leontian and Turnissa. Narrator read by Michele Eaton.
Epicurus, read by Ted Delorme.
Turnissa, read by Christine G.
Leontion, read by P.J. Morgan.
Father, read by David Olson.
Daughter, read by Availle.
The philosopher discourses, sometimes playfully, sometimes seriously, with his girl pupils, the playful passages being by far the least happy. This was Landor's own favourite among the conversations. He desired to walk with Epicurus on the right hand, and Epictetus on the left, and he has here placed his own mature philosophy in the mouth of Epicurus.
The broad and billowy summits of yon monstrous trees, one would imagine, were made for the storms to rest upon when they are tired of raving. And what bark! It occurs to me, Epicurus, that I have rarely seen climbing plants attach themselves to these trees, as they do to the oak, the maple, the beech, and others.
If your remark be true, perhaps the resinous are not embraced by them so frequently because they dislike the odour of the resin, or some other property of the juices, for they too have their affections and antipathies no less than countries and their climes.
For shame! What would you with me?
I would not interrupt you while you were speaking, nor while Leontian was replying. This is against my rules and practice. Having now ended, kiss me, Turnissa.
Impudent man! In the name of Pallas, why should I kiss you?
Because you expressed hatred.
Do we kiss when we hate?
There is no better end of hating. The sentiment should not exist one moment. And if the hater gives a kiss on being ordered to do it, even to a tree or a stone, that tree or stone becomes the monument of a fault extinct.
I promise you I never will hate a tree again.
I told you so.
Nevertheless, I suspect, my Turnissa, you will often be surprised into it. I was very near saying, I hate these rude square stones. Why did you leave them here, Epicurus?
It is true. They are the greater part square, and seem to have been cut out in ancient times for plinths and columns. They are also rude. Removing the smaller, that I might plant violets and cyclamens and convolvuluses and strawberries and such other herbs as grow willingly in dry places, I left a few of these for seats, a few for tables, and for couches.
Delectable couches.
Laugh as you may, they will become so when they are covered with moss and ivy and those other two sweet plants whose names I do not remember to have found in any ancient treatise, but which I fancy I have heard Theophrastus call Leontian and Turnissa.
The bold, insidious, false creature!
What is that volume, may I venture to ask, Leontian? Why do you blush?
I do not blush about it.
You are offended, then, my dear girl?
No, nor offended. I will tell you presently what it contains. Account to me first for your choice of so strange a place to walk in. A broad ridge, the summit and one side barren, the other a wood of rose-laurels impossible to penetrate. The worst of all is we can see nothing of the city or the Parthenon unless from the very top.
The place commands, in my opinion, a most perfect view.
Of what, pray?
Of itself, seeming to indicate that we, Leontian, who philosophize, should do the same.
Go on, say what you please. I will not hate anything yet. Why have you torn up by the root all these little mountain ash trees? This is the season of their beauty. Come, Ternissa, let us make ourselves necklaces and armlets, such as may captivate old Sylvanus and Pan. You shall have your choice. But why have you torn them up?
On the contrary, they were brought hither this morning. Sosimenes is spending large sums of money on an olive ground, and has uprooted some hundreds of them, of all ages and sizes. I shall cover the rougher part of the hill with them, setting the clematis and vine and honeysuckle against them to unite them.
Oh, what a pleasant thing it is to walk in the green light of the wine trees, and to breathe the sweet odour of their invisible flowers.
The scent of them is so delicate that it requires a sigh to inhale it, and this being accompanied and followed by enjoyment, renders the fragrance so exquisite. Ternissa, it is this, my sweet friend, that made you remember the green light of the foliage, and think of the invisible flowers as you would of some blessing from heaven.
I see feathers flying at certain distances just above the middle of the promontory. What can they mean?
Cannot you imagine them to be the feathers from the wings of Zethus and Calais, who came hither out of Thrace to behold the favourite haunts of their mother Oreithia? From the precipice that hangs o'er the sea, a few paces from the Penasters, she is reported to have been carried off by Baucis, and these remains of the primeval forest have always been held sacred on that belief.
The story is an idle one.
Oh no, Leontion. The story is very true.
Indeed.
I have heard not only odes, but sacred and most ancient hymns upon it, and the voice of Boreas is often audible here, and the screams of Oreithyia.
The feathers, then, really may belong to Calais and Zetes.
I don't believe it. The winds would have carried them away.
The gods, to manifest their power as they often do by miracles, could as easily fix a feather eternally on the most tempestuous promontory as the mark of their feet upon the flint.
They could indeed, but we know the one to a certainty, and have no such authority for the other. I have seen these pinnaces from the extremity of the Piraeus, and have heard mention of the altar raised to Boreas. Where is it?
As it stands in the centre of the platform, we cannot see it from hence. There is only one piece of level ground in the place.
Ternissa intends the altar to prove the truth of the story.
Ternissa is slow to admit that even the young can deceive, much less the old. The gay, much less the serious.
It is as wise to moderate our belief as our desires.
Some minds require much belief, some thrive on little. Rather, an exuberance of it is feminine and beautiful. It acts differently on different hearts. It troubles some, it consoles others. In the generous it is the nurse of tenderness and kindness, of heroism and self-devotion. In the ungenerous it fosters pride, impatience of contradiction and appeal, and, like some waters, what it finds a dry stick or hollow straw, it leaves a stone.
We want it chiefly to make the way of death an easy one.
There is no easy path leading out of life, and few are the easy ones that lie within it. I would adorn and smoothen the declivity, and make my residence as commodious as its situation and dimensions may allow. But principally I would cast under foot the empty fear of death.
Oh, how can you?
By many arguments already laid down. Then, by thinking that some perhaps in almost every age have been timid and delicate as Ternissa, and yet have slept soundly, have felt no parents' or friends' tear upon their faces, no throb against their breasts, in short, have been in the calmest of all possible conditions, while those around were in the most deplorable and desperate.
It would pain me to die, if it were only at the idea that anyone I love would grieve too much for me.
Let the loss of our friends be our only grief, and the apprehension of displeasing them our only fear.
No apostrophes, no interjections. Your argument was unsound, your means futile.
Tell me, then, whether the horse of a rider on the road should not be spurred forward if he started at a shadow.
Yes.
I thought so. It would, however, be better to guide him gently up to it, and to show him that it was one. Death is less than a shadow. It represents nothing, even imperfectly.
Then at the best, what is it? Why care about it, think about it, or remind us that it must befall us? Would you take the same trouble when you see my hair entwined with ivy to make me remember that although the leaves are green and pliable, the stem is fragile and rough, and that before I go to bed I shall have many knots and entanglements to extricate? Let me have them, but let me not hear of them until the time is come.
I would never think of death as an embarrassment, but as a blessing.
How? A blessing?
What if it makes our enemies cease to hate us? What if it makes our friends love us the more?
Us? According to your doctrine, we shall not exist at all.
I spoke of that which is consolatory while we are here, and of that which in plain reason ought to render us contented to stay no longer. You, Leontian, would make others better, and better they certainly will be when their hostilities languish in an empty field, and their rancor is tired with treading upon dust. The generous affections stir about us at the dreary hour of death, as the blossoms of the Median apple swell and diffuse their fragrance in the cold.
I cannot bear to think of passing the Styx, lest Charon should touch me. He is so old and wilful, so cross and ugly.
Ternissa, Ternissa, I would accompany you thither, and stand between. Would you not too, Leontian?
I don't know.
Oh, that we could go together.
Indeed.
All three, I mean. I said, or was going to say it. How ill-natured you are, Leontion, to misinterpret me. I could almost cry.
Do not, Ternissa. Should that tear drop from your eyelash, you would look less beautiful.
If it is well to conquer a world, it is better to conquer two.
That is what Alexander of Macedon wept, because he could not accomplish.
Ternissa, we three can accomplish it, or any one of us.
How? Pray.
We can conquer this world and the next, for you will have another, and nothing should be refused you.
The next by piety, but this in what manner?
By indifference to all who are indifferent to us. By taking joyfully the benefit that comes spontaneously, by wishing no more intensely for what is a hair's breadth beyond our reach than for a draught of water from the Ganges, and by fearing nothing in another life.
This, O Epicurus, is the grand impossibility.
Do you believe the gods to be as benevolent and good as you are, or do you not?
Much kinder, much better in every way.
Would you kill or hurt the sparrow that you keep in your little dressing-room with a string around its leg, because he hath flown where you did not wish him to fly?
No! It would be cruel. The string about the leg of so little and weak a creature is enough.
You think so. I think so. God thinks so. This I may say confidently, for whenever there is a sentiment in which strict justice and pure benevolence unite, it must be his.
Oh, Epicurus, when you speak thus—
Well, Tennyson, what then?
When Epicurus teaches us such sentiments as these, I am grieved that he has not so great an authority with the Athenians as some others have.
You will grieve more, I suspect, my Tennyson, when he possesses that authority.
What will he do?
Why turn pale? I am not about to answer that he will forget or leave you. No, but the voice comes deepest from the sepulchre, and a great name hath its root in the dead body. If you invited a company to a feast, you might as well place round the table live sheep and oxen, and vases of fish and cages of quails, as you would invite a company of friendly hearers to the philosopher who is yet living. One would imagine that the iris of our intellectual eye were lessened by the glory of his presence, and that, like Eastern kings, he could be looked at near only when his limbs are stiff by waxlight and close curtains.
One of whom we know little leaves us a ring or other token of remembrance, and we express a sense of pleasure and of gratitude. One of whom we know nothing writes a book, the contents of which might, if we would let them, have done us more good and might have given us more pleasure, and we revile him for it. The book may do what the legacy cannot. It may be pleasurable and serviceable to others as well as ourselves. We would hinder this too. In fact, all other love is extinguished by self-love. Beneficence, humanity, justice, philosophy sink under it. While we insist that we are looking for truth, we commit a falsehood. It never was the first object with any one, and with few the second. Feed unto replenishment your quieter fancies, my sweetest little Turnissa, and let the gods, both youthful and aged, both gentle and boisterous, administer to them hourly on these sunny downs. What can they do better?
But those feathers, Turnissa, what gods may they be, since you will not pick them up, nor restore them to Calais nor to Zetes?
I do not think they belong to any god whatever, and shall never be persuaded of it unless Epicurus says it is so.
O unbelieving creature, do you reason against the immortals?
It was yourself who doubted, or appeared to doubt, the flight of Oreithyia. By admitting too much, we endanger our religion. Beside, I think I discern some upright stakes at equal distances, and am pretty sure the feathers are tied to them by long strings.
You have guessed the truth.
Of what use are they there?
If you have ever seen the foot of a statue broken off just below the ankle, you have then, Leontian and Turnissa, seen the form of the ground about us. The lower extremities of it are divided into small ridges, as you will perceive if you look around, and these are covered with corn, olives, and vines. At the upper part, where civilization ceases, and where those sheep and goats are grazing, begins my purchase. The ground rises gradually unto near the summit, where it grows somewhat steep, and terminates in a precipice. Across the middle I have traced a line, denoted by those feathers, from one dingle to the other, the two terminations of my intended garden. The distance is nearly 1,000 paces, and the path, perfectly on a level, will be 2 paces broad, so that I may walk between you, but another could not join us conveniently. From this there will be several, circuitous and spiral, leading by the easiest ascent to the summit, and several more to the road along the cultivation underneath. Here will, however, be but one entrance. Among the projecting fragments and the massive stones yet standing of the boundary wall, which old pomegranates imperfectly defend, and which my neighbor has guarded more effectively against invasion, there are hillocks of crumbling mold, covered in some places with a variety of moss. In others are elevated tufts, or dim labyrinths of eglantine.
Where will you place the statues? For undoubtedly you must have some.
I will have some models for statues. Pygmalion prayed the god to give life to the image he adored. I will not pray them to give marble to mine. Never may I lay my wet cheek upon the foot under which is inscribed the name of Leontian or Tanissa.
Do not make us melancholy. Never let us think that the time can come when we shall lose our friends. Glory, literature, philosophy have this advantage over friendship. Remove one object from them, and others fill the void. Remove one from friendship, one only, and not the earth nor the universality of worlds, no, nor the intellect that soars above and comprehends them, can replace it.
Dear Leontian, always amiable, always graceful, how lovely do you now appear to me! What beauteous action accompanied your words!
I used none whatever.
That white arm was then, as it is now, over the shoulder of Tanissa, and her breath imparted a fresh bloom to your cheek, a new music to your voice. No friendship is so cordial or so delicious as that of girl for girl. No hatred so intense and immovable as that of woman for woman. In youth you love one above the others of your sex. In riper age you hate all more or less in proportion to similarity of accomplishments and pursuits, which sometimes, I wish it were oftener, are bonds of union to man. In us you more easily pardon faults than excellences in each other. Your tempers are such, my beloved scholars, that even this truth does not ruffle them, and such is your affection that I look with confidence to its unabated ardor at 20.
Oh, then I am to love Tanissa almost 15 months.
And I am destined to survive the loss of it 3 months above 4 years.
Incomparable creatures, may it be eternal! In loving ye shall follow no example. Ye shall step securely over the iron rule laid down for others by the destinies, and you forever be Leontian, and you Tanissa.
Then indeed we should not want statues.
But men, who are vainer creatures, would be good for nothing without them. They must be flattered, even by the stones.
Very true. Neither the higher arts nor the civic virtues can flourish extensively without the statues of illustrious men. But gardens are not the places for them. Sparrows wooing on the general's truncheon, unless he be such a general as one of ours in the last war, and snails besliming the emblems of the poet, do not remind us worthily of their characters. Porticos are their proper situations, and those the most frequented. Even there they may lose all honor and distinction, whether from the thoughtlessness of magistrates or from the malignity of rivals. Our own city, the least exposed of any to the effects of either, presents us a disheartening example. When the Thebans in their jealousy condemned Pindar to the payment of a fine for having praised the Athenians too highly, our citizens erected a statue of bronze to him.
Jealousy of Athens made the Thebans fine him, and jealousy of Thebes made the Athenians thus record it.
And jealousy of Pindar, I suspect, made some poet persuade the archons to render the distinction a vile and worthless one, by placing his effigy near a king's, one Evagorus of Cyprus.
Evagorus, I think I remember to have read in the inscription, was rewarded in this manner for his reception of Conon, defeated by the Lacedaemonians.
Gratitude was due to him, and some such memorial to record it. External reverence should be paid unsparingly to the higher magistrates of every country who perform their offices exemplarily. Yet they are not on this account to be placed in the same degree with men of primary genius. They never exalt the human race, and rarely benefit it, and their benefits are local and transitory, while those of a great writer are universal and eternal. If the gods did indeed bestow on us a portion of their fire, they seem to have lighted it in sport and left it. The harder task and the nobler is performed by that genius who raises it clear and glowing from its embers, and makes it applicable to the purposes that dignify or delight our nature. I have ever said, reverence the rulers. Let then his image stand, but stand apart from Pindars. Pallas and Jove, defend me from being carried down the stream of time among a shoal of royalettes, and the rootless weeds they are hatched on.
So much piety would deserve the exemption, even though your writings did not hold out the decree.
Child, the compliment is ill turned. If you are ironical, as you must be on the piety of Epicurus, Atticism requires that you should continue to be so, at least to the end of the sentence.
Irony is my abhorrence. Epicurus may appear less pious than some others, but I am certain he is more. Otherwise the gods would never have given him—
What? Let us hear.
Leontion!
Silly girl. Were there any hibiscus or broom growing near at hand, I would send him away and whip you.
There is fern, which is better.
I was not speaking to you, but now you shall have something to answer for yourself. Although you admit no statues in the country, you might at least, methinks, have discovered a retirement with a fountain in it. Here I see not even a spring.
Fountain I can hardly say there is, but on the left there is a long crevice or chasm, which we have never yet visited, and which we cannot discern until we reach it. This is full of soft mold, very moist, and many high reeds and canes are growing there, and the rock itself, too, drips with humidity along it, and is covered with more tufted moss, and more variegated lichens. This crevice, with its windings and sinuosities, is about 400 paces long, and in many parts 11, 12, 13 feet wide, but generally 6 or 7. I shall plant it wholly with lilies of the valley, leaving the irises which occupy the sides as well as the clefts, and also those other flowers of paler purple, from the autumnal cups of which we collect the saffron, and forming a narrow path of such turf as I can find there, or rather following it as it creeps along the bays and hazels and sweetbriar, which had fallen at different times from the summit, and are now grown old with an infinity of primroses at the roots. There are nowhere 20 steps without a projection and a turn, nor in any 10 together is the chasm of the same width or figure. Hence the ascent in its windings is easy, and imperceptible quite to the termination, where the rocks are somewhat high and precipitous. At the entrance they lose themselves in privet and elder, and you must make your way between them through the canes. Do not you remember where I carried you both across the muddy hollow in the footpath?
Leontion does.
That place is always wet, not only in this month of Ponepsion, which we are beginning today, but in midsummer. The water that causes it comes out a little way above it, but originates from the crevice, which I will cover at top with rose laurel and mountain ash, with clematis and vine, and I will intercept the little rill in its wandering, draw it from its concealment, and place it like Bacchus under the protection of the nymphs, who will keep smile upon it in its marble cradle, which at present I keep at home.
Leontion, why do you turn away your face? Have the nymphs smiled upon you in it?
I bathed in it once, if you must know, Ternissa. Why now, Ternissa, why do you turn away yours? Have the nymphs frowned upon you for invading their secrets?
Epicurus, you are in the right to bring it away from Athens, from under the eye of Pallas. She must be angry.
You approve of its removal, then, my lovely friend?
Mightily. I wish it may break in pieces on the road.
What did you say?
I wish it were now on the road, that I might try whether it would hold me. I mean with my clothes on.
It would hold you, and one a span longer. I have another in the house, but it is not decorated with fawns and satyrs and foliage like this.
I remember putting my hand upon the frightful satyr's head to leap in. It seems made for the purpose, but the sculptor needed not to place the naiad quite so near. He must have been a very impudent man. It is impossible to look for a moment at such a piece of workmanship.
For shame! Leontion! Why, what was it? I do not desire to know.
I don't remember it.
Nor I neither, only the head.
I shall place the satyr toward the rock, that you may never see him, Ternissa.
Very right. He cannot turn around.
The poor naiad had done it in vain.
All these labourers will soon finish the plantation, if you superintend them, and are not appointed to some magistrature.
Those who govern us are pleased at seeing a philosopher out of the city, and more still at finding in a season of scarcity 40 poor citizens who might become seditious, made happy and quiet by such employment. 2 evils of almost equal weight may befall the man of erudition, never to be listened to, and to be listened to always. Aware of these, I devote a large portion of my time and labors to the cultivation of such minds as flourish best in cities, where my garden at the gate, although smaller than this, we find sufficiently capacious. There I secure my listeners. Here my thoughts and imaginations have their free natural current, and tarry or wander as the will invites. May it ever be among those dearest to me, those whose hearts possess the rarest and divinest faculty of retaining or forgetting at option what ought to be forgotten or retained.
The whole ground, then, will be covered with trees and shrubs?
There are some protuberances in various parts of the eminence, which you do not perceive till you are upon them or above them. They are almost level at the top, and overgrown with fine grass, for they catch the better soil brought down in small quantities by the rains. These are to be left unplanted. So is the platform under the Panasters, whence there is a prospect of the city, the harbor, the isle of Salamis, and the territory of Megara. What then, cried Sosimenes, you would hide from your view my young olives, and the whole length of the new wall I have been building at my own expense between us? And when you might see at once the whole of Attica, you will hardly see more of it than I could buy.
I do not perceive the new wall, for which Sosimenes no doubt thinks himself another Pericles.
Those old junipers quite conceal it.
They look warm and sheltering, but I like the rose laurels much better. And what a thicket of them here is!
Leaving all the larger, I shall remove many thousands of them, enough to border the greater part of the walk, intermixed with roses. There is an infinity of other plants and flowers, or weeds, as Sosimenes calls them, of which he has cleared his olive yard, and which I shall adopt. 20 of his slaves came in yesterday, laden with hyacinths and narcissuses, anemones and jonquils. The curses of our vineyards, cried he, and good neither for man nor beast. I have another estate infested with lilies of the valley. I should not wonder if you accepted these too. And with thanks, answered I. The whole of his remark I could not collect. He turned aside, and I believe prayed. I only heard palace, father, sound mind, inoffensive man, good neighbor. As we walked together, I perceived him looking grave, and I could not resist my inclination to smile as I turned my eyes toward him. He observed it, at first with unconcern, but by degrees some doubts arose within him, and he said, Epicurus, you have been throwing away no less than half a talent on this sorry piece of mountain, and I fear you are about to waste as much in labor, for nothing was ever so terrible as the price we are obliged to pay the workmen, since the conquest of Persia and the increase of luxury in our city. Under 3 obols none will do his day's work. But what in the name of all the deities could induce you to plant those roots which other people dig up and throw away? I have been doing, said I, the same thing my whole life through, Sosimenes. How? Cried he. I never knew that. Those very doctrines, added I, which others hate and extirpate, I inculcate and cherish. They bring no riches, and therefore are thought to bring no advantage. To me they appear the more advantageous for that reason. They give us immediately what we solicit through the means of wealth. We toil for the wealth first, and then it remains to be proved whether we can purchase with it what we look for. Now to carry our money to the market, and not to find in the market our money's worth, is great vexation. Yet much greater has already preceded, in running up and down for it among so many competitors, and through so many thieves. After a while he rejoined, You really then have not overreached me? In what, my friend? Said I. These roots, he answered, may perhaps be good and saleable for some purpose. Shall you send them into Persia, or whither? Sosimenes, I shall make love potions of the flowers.
O Epicurus, should it ever be known in Athens that they are good for this, you will not have, with all your fences of prunes and pomegranates, and precipices with briar upon them, a single root left underground after the month of Elaphebolion.
It is not everyone that knows the preparation.
Everybody will try it.
And you too, Tanissa?
Will you teach me?
This and anything else I know. We must walk together when they are in flower.
And can you teach me then?
I teach by degrees.
By very slow ones, Epicurus. I have no patience with you. Tell us directly.
It is very material what kind of recipient you bring with you. Enchantresses use a brazen one. Silver and gold are employed in other arts.
I will bring any.
My mother has a fine golden one. She will lend it to me. She allows me everything.
Leontian and Tanissa, those eyes of yours heighten at inquiry, as if they carried a light within them for guidance.
No flattery.
No flattery. Come, teach us.
Will you hear me through in silence?
We promise.
Sweet girls, the calm pleasures such as I hope you will ever find in your walks among the gardens will improve your beauty, animate your discourse, and correct the little that may hereafter rise up for correction in your dispositions. The smiling ideas left in our bosoms from our infancy, that many plants are the favorites of the gods, and that others were even the objects of their love, having once been invested with the human form, beautiful and lively and happy as yourselves, give them an interest beyond the vision, yes, and a station, let me say it, on the vestibule of our affections. Resign your ingenuous hearts to simple pleasures, and there is none in man, where men are Attic, that will not follow and outstrip their movements.
O Epicurus!
What said Ternissa?
Some of these anemones I do think must be still in blossom. Ternissa's golden cup is at home, but she has brought with her a little vase for the philter, and has filled it to the brim. Do not hide your head behind my shoulder, Ternissa, no, nor in my lap.
Yes, there let it lie, the lovelier for that tendril of sunny brown hair upon it, how it falls and rises, which is the hair, which the shadow.
Let the hair rest.
I must not, perhaps, clasp the shadow.
You philosophers are fond of such unsubstantial things. Oh, you have taken my volume. This is deceit. You live so little in public, and entertain such a contempt for opinion, as to be both indifferent and ignorant what it is that people blame you for.
I know what it is I should blame myself for if I attended to them. Prove them to be wiser and more disinterested in their wisdom than I am, and I will then go down to them and listen to them. When I have well considered a thing, I deliver it, regardless of what those think who neither take the time nor possess the faculty of considering anything well, and who have always lived far remote from the scope of our speculations.
In the volume you snatched away from me so slyly, I have defended a position of yours which many philosophers turn into ridicule, namely, that politeness is among the virtues. I wish you yourself had spoken more at large upon the subject.
It is one upon which a lady is likely to display more ingenuity and discernment. If philosophers have ridiculed my sentiment, the reason is, it is among those virtues which in general they find most difficult to assume or counterfeit.
Surely life runs on the smoother for this equability and polish, and the gratification it affords is more extensive than is afforded even by the highest virtue. Courage on nearly all occasions inflicts as much of evil as it imparts of good. It may be exerted in defence of our country, in defence of those who love us, in defence of the harmless and the helpless. But those against whom it is thus exerted may possess an equal share of it. If they succeed, then manifestly the ill it produces is greater than the benefit. If they succumb, it is nearly as great. For many of their adversaries are first killed and maimed, and many of their own kindred are left to lament the consequences of the aggression.
You have spoken first of courage, as that virtue which attracts your sex principally.
Not me. I am always afraid of it. I love the best who can tell me the most things I never knew before, and who have patience with me, and look kindly while they teach me, and almost as if they were waiting for fresh questions. Now let me hear directly what you were about to say to Leontion.
I was proceeding to remark that temperance comes next, and temperance has then its highest merit when it is the support of civility and politeness. So that I think I am right and equitable in attributing to politeness a distinguished rank, not among the ornaments of life, but among the virtues. And you, Leontion and Ternissa, will have learned the more propensely toward this opinion, if you consider, as I am sure you did, that the peace and concord of families, friends, and cities are preserved by it. In other terms, the harmony of the world.
Leontion spoke of courage, you of temperance. The next great virtue, in the division made by the philosophers, is justice.
Temperance includes it, for temperance is imperfect if it is only an abstinence from too much food, too much wine, too much conviviality, or other luxury. It indicates every kind of forbearance. Justice is forbearance from what belongs to another, giving to this one rightly what that one would hold wrongfully, is justice in magistrature, not in the abstract, and is only a part of its office. Perfectly temperate man is also the perfectly just man, but the perfectly just man, as philosophers now define him, may not be the perfectly temperate one. I include the less in the greater.
We hear of judges, and upright ones too, being immoderate eaters and drinkers.
The Lacedaemonians are temperate in food and courageous in battle. But men like these, if they existed in sufficient numbers, would devastate the universe. We alone, we Athenians, with less military skill perhaps, and certainly less rigid abstinence from voluptuousness and luxury, have set before it the only grand example of social government and of polished life. From us the seed is scattered, from us flow the streams that irrigate it, and ours are the hands, O Leontian, that collect it, cleanse it, deposit it, and convey and distribute it, sound and weighty, through every race and age. Exhausted as we are by war, we can do nothing better than lie down and doze while the weather is fine overhead, and dream, if we can, that we are affluent and free. Oh, sweet sea air, how bland art thou and refreshing! Breathe upon Leontian, breathe upon Turnissa, bring them health and spirits and serenity, many springs and many summers, and when the vine leaves have reddened and rustle under their feet. These, my beloved girls, are the children of eternity. They played around Theseus and the beauteous Amazon. They gave to Pallas the bloom of Venus, and to Venus the animation of Pallas. Is it not better to enjoy by the hour their soft, salubrious influence, than to catch by fits the rancid breath of demagogues? Than to swell and move under it without or against our will? Than to acquire the semblance of eloquence by the bitterness of passion, the tone of philosophy by disappointment, or the credit of prudence by distrust? Can fortune, can industry, can desert itself bestow on us anything we have not here?
And when shall those three meet? The gods have never united them, knowing that men would put them asunder at the first appearance.
I am glad to leave the city as often as possible, full as it is of high and glorious reminiscences, and am inclined much rather to indulge in quieter scenes, whither the graces and friendship lead me. I would not contend even with men able to contend with me. You, Leontian, I see, think differently, and have composed at last your long-meditated work against the philosophy of Theophrastus.
Why not? He has been praised above his merits.
My Leontian, you have inadvertently given me the reason and origin of all controversial writings. They flow not from a love of truth or a regard for science, but from envy and ill will. Setting aside the evil of malignity, always hurtful to ourselves, not always to others, there is weakness in the argument you have adduced. When a writer is praised above his merits in his own times, he is certain of being estimated below them in the times succeeding. Paradox is dear to most people. It bears the appearance of originality, but is usually the talent of the superficial, the perverse, and the obstinate. Nothing is more gratifying than the attention you are bestowing on me, which you always apportion to the seriousness of my observations.
I dislike Theophrastus for his affected contempt of your doctrines.
Unreasonably, for the contempt of them, reasonably if affected. Good men may differ widely from me, and wiser ones misunderstand me, for their wisdom having raised up to them schools of their own, they have not found leisure to converse with me, and from others they have received a partial and inexact report. My opinion is, that certain things are indifferent and unworthy of pursuit or attention, as lying beyond our research and almost our conjecture. which things the generality of philosophers, for the generality are speculative, deem of the first importance. Questions relating to them I answer evasively, or altogether decline. Again, there are modes of living which are suitable to some and unsuitable to others. What I myself follow and embrace, what I recommend to the studious, to the irritable, to the weak in health, would ill agree with the commonalty of citizens. Yet my adversaries cry out, "Such is the opinion and practice of Epicurus." For instance, I have never taken a wife, and never will take one. But he from among the mass who should avow his imitation of my example would act as wisely and more religiously in saying that he chose celibacy because Pallas had done the same.
If Pallas had many such votaries, she would soon have few citizens to supply them.
And extremely bad ones, if all followed me in retiring from the offices of magistracy and of war. Having seen that the most sensible men are the most unhappy, I could not but examine the causes of it, and finding that the same sensibility to which they are indebted for the activity of their intellect is also the restless mover of their jealousy and ambition, I would lead them aside from whatever operates upon these, and throw under their feet the terrors their imagination has created. My philosophy is not for the populace, nor for the proud. The ferocious will never attain it. The gentle will embrace it, but will not call it mine. I do not desire that they should. Let them rest their heads upon that part of the pillow which they find the softest, and enjoy their own dreams unbroken.
The old are all against you, Epicurus. The name of pleasure is an affront to them. They know no other kind of it than that which is flowered and seeded, and of which the withered stems have indeed a rueful look.
Unhappily the aged are retentive of long-acquired maxims, and insensible to new impressions, whether from fancy or from truth. In fact, their eyes blend the two together. Well might the poet tell us, "Fewer the gifts that gnarled age presents to elegantly handed infancy than elegantly handed infancy presents to gnarled age. From both they drop, the middle course of life receives them all, save the light few that laughing youth runs off with, unvalued as a mistress or a flower."
Since, in obedience to your institutions, O Epicurus, I must not say I am angry, I am offended at least with Theophrastus for having so misrepresented your opinions on the necessity of keeping the mind composed and tranquil, and remote from every object and every sentiment by which a painful sympathy may be excited. In order to display his elegance of language, he runs wherever he can lay a censure on you, whether he believes in its equity or not.
This is the case with all eloquent men, and all disputants. Truth neither warms nor elevates them, neither obtains for them profit nor applause.
I have heard wise remarks very often, and very warmly praised.
Not for the truth in them, but for the grace, or because they touched the spring of some preconception or some passion. Man is a hater of truth, a lover of fiction. Theophrastus is a writer of many acquirements and some shrewdness, usually judicious, often somewhat witty, always elegant. His thoughts are never confused, his sentences are never incomprehensible. If Aristoteles thought more highly of him than his due, surely you ought not to censure Theophrastus with severity on the supposition of his rating me below mine, unless you argue that a slight error in a short sum is less pardonable than in a longer. Had Aristoteles been living, and had he given the same opinion of me, your friendship and perhaps my self-love might have been wounded. For if on one occasion he spoke too favorably, he never spoke unfavorably, but with justice. This is among the indications of orderly and elevated minds, and here stands the barrier that separates them from the common and the waste. Is a man to be angry because an infant is fretful? Is a philosopher to unpack and throw away his philosophy because an idiot has tried to overturn it on the road, and has pursued it with gibes and ribaldry?
Theophrastus would persuade us that according to your system, we not only should decline the succour of the wretched, but avoid the sympathies that poets and historians would awaken in us. Probably for the sake of introducing some idle verses written by a friend of his, he says that, following the guidance of Epicurus, we should altogether shun the theatre, and not only when Prometheus and Oedipus and Philoctetes are introduced, but even when generous and kindly sentiments are predominant, if they partake of that tenderness which belongs to pity. I know not what Thracian lord recovers his daughter from her ravisher, such are among the words they exchange.
Insects that dwell in rotten reeds inert, upon the surface of a stream or pool, then rush into the air on meshy vans, are not so different in their varying lives, as we are. Oh, what father on this earth, holding his child's cool cheek within his palms, and kissing his fair front, would wish him man, inheritor of wants and jealousies, of labor, of ambition, of distress, and cruelest of all, the passions, lust, who that beholds me persecuted, scorned, a wanderer, ere could think what friends were mine, how numerous, how devoted, with what glee smiled my old house, with what acclaim my courts rang from without, whene'er my war-horse neighed.
Thy 40th birthday is not shouted yet by the young peasantry, with rural gifts and nightly fires along the pointed hills. Yet do thy temples glitter with grey hair scattered not thinly. Ah, what sudden change! Only thy voice and heart remain the same. No, that voice trembles, and that heart, I feel, while it would comfort and console me, breaks.
I would never close my bosom against the feelings of humanity, but I would calmly and well consider by what conduct of life they may enter it with the least importunity and violence. A consciousness that we have promoted the happiness of others to the uttermost of our power is certain not only to meet them at the threshold, but to bring them along with us, and to render them accurate and faithful prompters when we bend perplexedly over the problem of evil figured by the tragedians. If there were more of pain than of pleasure in the exhibitions of the dramatist, no man in his senses would attend them twice. All the imitative arts have delight for the principal object. The first of these is poetry. The highest of poetry is tragic.
The epic has been called so?
Improperly, for the epic has much more in it of what is prosaic. Its magnitude is no argument. An Egyptian pyramid contains more materials than an Ionic temple, but requires less contrivance, and exhibits less beauty of design. My simile is yet a defective one, for a tragedy must be carried on with an unbroken interest, and undecorated by loose foliage or fantastic branches. It must rise like the palm tree with a lofty unity. On these matters I am unable to argue at large, or perhaps correctly. On those, however, which I have studied and treated, My terms are so explicit and clear that Theophrastus can never have misunderstood them. Let me recall to your attention but 2 axioms. Abstinence from low pleasures is the only means of meriting or of obtaining the higher. Kindness in ourselves is the honey that blunts the sting of unkindness in another.
Explain to me then, O Epicurus, why we suffer so much from ingratitude.
We fancy we suffer from ingratitude, while in reality we suffer from self-love. Passion weeps while she says, I did not deserve this from him. Reason, while she says it, smoothens her brow at the clear fountain of the heart. Permit me also, like Theophrastus, to borrow a few words from a poet.
Borrow as many such as any one will entrust to you, and may Hermes prosper your commerce. Leontion may go to the theatre then, for she loves it.
Girls, be the bosom friends of Antigone and Ismene, and you shall enter the wood of the Eumenides without shuddering, and leave it without the trace of a tear. Never did you appear so graceful to me, O Turnissa, no, not even after this walk do you, as when I saw you blow a fly from the forehead of Philoctetes in the Propylaea. The wing with which Sophocles and the statuary represent him to drive away the summer insects in his agony had wearied his flaccid arm hanging down beside him.
Do you imagine, then, I thought him a living man?
The sentiment was both more delicate and more august from being indistinct. You would have done it, even if he had been a living man, even if he could have clasped you in his arms, imploring the deities to resemble you in gentleness, you would have done it.
He looked so abandoned by all, and so heroic, yet so feeble and so helpless. I did not think of turning around to see if anyone was near me, or else, perhaps...
If you could have thought of looking around, you would no longer have been Turnissa. The gods would have transformed you for it into some tree.
And Epicurus had been walking under it this day, perhaps.
With Leontian, the partner of his sentiments. But the walk would have been earlier or later than the present hour, since the middle of the day, like the middle of certain fruits, is good for nothing.
For dinner, surely?
Dinner is a less gratification to me than to many. I dine alone.
Why?
To avoid the noise, the heat, and the intermixture both of odors and of occupations. I cannot bear the indecency of speaking with a mouth in which there is food. I careen my body, since it is always in want of repair, in as unobstructed a space as I can, and I lie down and sleep a while when the work is over.
Epicurus, although it would be very interesting, no doubt, to hear more of what you do after dinner. Now don't smile. I shall never forgive you if you say a single word, yet I would rather hear a little about the theatre, and whether you think it last that women should frequent it, for you have often said the contrary.
I think they should visit it rarely, not because it excites their affections, but because it deadens them. To me nothing is so odious as to be at once among the rabble and among the heroes, and, while I am receiving into my heart the most exquisite of human sensations, to feel upon my shoulder the hand of some inattentive and insensible young officer.
Oh, very bad indeed! Horrible!
You quite fire at idea?
Not I don't care about it.
Not about what is very bad indeed? Quite horrible?
I seldom go thither.
The theatre is delightful when we erect it in our own house or arbour, and when there is but one spectator.
You must lose the illusion in great part if you only read the tragedy which I fancy to be your meaning.
I lose the less of it. Do not imagine that the illusion is, or can be, or ought to be, complete. If it were possible, no Phalaris or Perillus could devise a crueler torture. Here are two imitations. First, the poets of the sufferer. Secondly, the actors of both. Poetry is superinduced. No man in pain ever uttered the better part of the language used by Sophocles. We admit it, and willingly, and are at least as much eluded by it as by anything else we hear or see upon the stage. Poets and statuaries and painters give us an adorned imitation of the object, so skilfully treated that we receive it for a correct one. This is the only illusion they aim at. This is the perfection of their arts.
Do you derive no pleasure from the representation of a consummate actor?
High pleasure, but liable to be overturned in an instant. Pleasure at the mercy of anyone who sits beside me.
End of section 32, part 1. Section 32, Part 2 of Imaginary Conversations by Walter Savage Landor. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Section 32, Part 2. Epicurus, Leontian, Tanissa.
In my treatise I have only defended your tenets against Theophrastus.
I am certain you have done it with spirit and eloquence, dear Leontian, and there are but 2 words in it I would wish you to erase.
Which are they?
Theophrastes and Epicurus. If you love me, you will do nothing that may make you uneasy when you grow older. Nothing that may allow my adversary to say, Leontian soon forgot her Epicurus. My maxim is, never to defend my systems or paradoxes. If you undertake it, the Athenians will insist that I impelled you secretly, or that my philosophy and my friendship were ineffectual on you.
They shall never say that.
I am not unmoved by the kindness of your intentions. Most people, and philosophers too among the rest, when their own conduct or opinions are questioned, are admirably prompt and dexterous in the science of defense. But when another's are assailed, they parry with as ill a grace and faltering a hand as if they never had taken a lesson in it at home. Seldom will they see what they profess to look for, and finding it, they pick up with it a thorn under the nail. They canter over the solid turf and complain that there is no corn upon it. They canter over the corn and curse the ridges and furrows. All schools of philosophy and almost all authors are rather to be frequented for exercise than for freight. But this exercise ought to acquire us health and strength, spirits and good humor. There is none of them that does not supply some truth useful to every man, and some untruth equally so to the few that are able to wrestle with it. If there were no falsehood in the world, there would be no doubt. If there were no doubt, there would be no inquiry. If no inquiry, no wisdom, no knowledge, no genius. And fancy herself would lie muffled up in her robe, inactive, pale, and bloated. I wish we could demonstrate the existence of utility in some other evils as easily as in this.
My remarks on the conduct and on the style of Theophrastus are not confined to him solely. I have taken at last a general view of our literature, and traced as far as I am able its deviation and decline. In ancient works we sometimes see the mark of the chisel. In modern we might almost suppose that no chisel was employed at all, and that everything was done by grinding and rubbing. There is an ordinariness, an indistinctness, a generalization, not even to be found in a flock of sheep. as most reduce what is sand into dust. The few that avoid it run to a contrary extreme, and would force us to believe that what is original must be unpolished and uncouth.
There have been in all ages, and in all there will be, sharp and slender heads, made purposely and peculiarly for creeping into the crevices of our nature. While we contemplate the magnificence of the universe, and mensurate the fitness and adaptation of one part to another, the small philosopher hangs upon a hair or creeps within a wrinkle, and cries out shrilly from his elevation that we are blind and superficial. He discovers a wart, he pries into a pore, and he calls it knowledge of man. Poetry and criticism and all the fine arts have generated such living things, which not only will be coexistent with them, but will, I fear, survive them. Hence history takes alternately the form of reproval and of panegyric, and science in its pulverized state, in its shapeless and colorless atoms, assumes the name of metaphysics. We find no longer the rich succulence of Herodotus, no longer the strong filament of Thucydides, but thoughts fit only for the slave, and language for the rustic and the robber. These writings can never reach posterity, nor serve better authors near us, for who would receive as documents the perversions of venality and party? Alexander, we know, was intemperate, and Philip both intemperate and perfidious. We require not a volume of dissertation on the thread of history to demonstrate that one or other left a tailor's bill unpaid, and the immorality of doing so, nor a supplement to ascertain on the best authorities which of the two it was. History should explain to us how nations rose and fell, what nurtured them in their growth, what sustained them in their maturity, not which orator ran swiftest through the crowd from the right hand to the left, which assassin was too strong for manacles, or which felon too opulent for crucifixion.
It is better, I own it, that such writers should amuse our idleness than excite our spleen.
What is spleen?
Do not ask her, she cannot tell you. The spleen, Ternissa, is to the heart what Arimanes is to Oromazes.
I am a little wiser yet. Does he ever use such hard words with you?
He means the evil genius and the good genius, in the theogony of the Persians, and would perhaps tell you, as he hath told me, that the heart in itself is free from evil, but very capable of receiving and too tenacious of holding it.
In our moral system the spleen hangs about the heart, and renders it sad and sorrowful, unless we continually keep it in exercise by kind offices, or in its proper place by serious investigation and solitary questionings. Otherwise it is apt to adhere and to accumulate until it deadens the principles of sound action and obscures the sight.
It must make us very ugly when we grow old.
In youth it makes us uglier, as not appertaining to it. A little more or less ugliness and decrepitude is hardly worth considering, there being quite enough of it from other quarters. I would stop it here, however.
Oh, what a thing is age!
Death without death's quiet.
Leontion said that even bad writers may amuse our idle hours. Alas, even good ones do not much amuse mine, unless they record an action of love or generosity. As for the graver, why cannot they come among us and teach us, just as you do?
Would you wish it?
No, no, I do not want them, only I was imagining how pleasant it is to converse as we are doing, and how sorry I should be to pore over a book instead of it. Books always make me sigh, and think about other things. Why do you laugh, Leontion?
She was mistaken in saying bad authors may amuse our idleness. Leontion knows not, then, how sweet and sacred idleness is.
To render it sweet and sacred, the heart must have a little garden of its own, with its umbrage and fountains and perennial flowers, a careless company. Sleep is called sacred as well as sweet by Homer, and idleness is but a step from it. The idleness of the wise and virtuous should be both, it being the repose and refreshment necessary for past exertions and for future. It punishes the bad man, it rewards the good, the deities enjoy it, and Epicurus praises it. I was indeed wrong in my remark, for we should never seek amusement in the foibles of another, never in coarse language, never in low thoughts. When the mind loses its feeling for elegance, it grows corrupt and grovelling, and seeks in the crowd what ought to be found at home.
Aspasia believed so, and bequeathed to Leontian, with every other gift that nature had bestowed upon her, the power of delivering her oracles from diviner lips.
Fie, Epicurus! It is well you hide my face from me with your hand. Now take it away, we cannot walk in this manner.
No word could ever fall from you without its weight. No breath from you ought to lose itself in the common air.
For shame! What would you have?
He knows not what he would have, nor what he would say. I must sit down again. I declare I scarcely understand a single syllable. Well, he is very good. To tease you no longer. Epicurus has an excellent heart. He would give pain to no one, least of all to you.
I have pained him by this foolish book, and he would only assure me that he does not for a moment bear me malice. Take the volume, take it, Epicurus, tear it in pieces.
No, Leontian, I shall often look with pleasure on this trophy of brave humanity. Let me kiss the hand that raises it.
I am tired of sitting. I am quite stiff. When shall we walk homeward?
Take my arm, Tanissa.
Oh, I had forgotten that I proposed to myself a trip as far up as the Pinaeus to look at the precipice of Oreithia. Come along, come along. How alert does the sea air make us! I seem to feel growing at my feet and shoulders the wings of Cetus or Calais.
Leontian walks the nimblest today.
To display her activity and strength, she runs before us. Sweet Leontion, how good she is! But she should have stayed for us. It would be in vain to try to overtake her. No, Epicurus! Mind! Take care! You are crushing these little oleanders. And now the strawberry plants. The whole heap. Not I, indeed. What would my mother say if she knew it? And Leontion, she will certainly look back.
The fairest of the Eudaimones never look back. Such are the hours, and love, opportunity, and Leontian.
How could you dare to treat me in this manner? I did not say again I hated anything.
Forgive me.
Violent creature!
If tenderness is violence, forgive me, and say you love me.
All at once? Could you endure such boldness?
Pronounce it. Whisper it.
Go, go. Would it be proper?
Is that sweet voice asking its heart, or me? Let the worthier give the answer.
Oh, Epicurus, you are very, very dear to me, and are the last in the world that would ever tell you were called so.
End of section 32, part 2. Section 33, part 1 of Imaginary Conversations by Walter Savage Landor. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Section 33, part 1. Marcus Tullius and Quinctus Cicero. Narrator read by Michele Eaton.
Quinctus Cicero, read by Tricia G.
Marcus Tullius, read by Michele Eaton. Cicero, towards the close of his life, discourses with his brother Quinctus concerning life and death. In this dialogue, Landor has presented the more stoic side of his philosophy. The allegory of truth Mr. Colvin pronounces the most perfect in the English language, with one exception, also by Landor, the allegory of love, sleep, and death, in the Pentameron. The last calamities of our country, my brother Quinctus, have again united us, and something like the tenderness of earlier days appears to have returned, in the silence of ambition and in the subsidence of hope. It has frequently occurred to me how different we are from the moment when the parental roof bursts asunder, as it were, and the inmates are scattered abroad, and build up here and there new families. Many, who before lived in amity and concord, are then in the condition of those who, receiving intelligence of a shipwreck, collect at once for plunder, and quarrel on touching the first fragment.
We never disagreed on the division of any property, unless indeed the state and its honours may be considered as such. And although, in regard to Caesar, our fortune drew us different ways latterly, and my gratitude made me, until your remonstrances and prayers prevailed, reluctant to abandon him, you will remember my anxiety to procure you the consulate and the triumph. You cannot and never could suppose me unmindful of the signal benefits and high distinctions I have received from Caesar, or quite unreluctant to desert an army, for my services in which he often praised me to you, while I was in Britain and in Gaul. Such, moreover, was his generosity, he did not erase my name from his commentaries for having abandoned and opposed his cause. My joy, therefore, ought not to be unmingled at his violent death, to whom I am indebted not only for confidence and command, not only for advancement and glory, but also for immortality. When you yourself had resolved on leaving Italy to follow Cnaeus Pompeius, you were sensible, as you told me, that my obligations to Caesar should at least detain me in Italy. Our disputes, which among men who reason will be frequent, were always amicable. Our political views have always been similar, and generally the same. You indeed were somewhat more aristocratical and senatorial, and this prejudice hath ruined both. As if the immortal gods took a pleasure in confounding us by the difficulty of our choice, they placed the best men at the head of the worst cause. Decimus Brutus and Porcius Cato held up the train of Sylla, for the late civil wars were only a continuation of those which the old dictators seemed, for a time, to have extinguished in blood and ruins. His faction was in authority when you first appeared at Rome, and although, among your friends and sometimes in public, you have spoken as a Roman should speak of Caius Marius, a respect for Pompeius, the most insincere of mortals, made you silent on the merits of Sertorius, than whom there never was a better man in private life, a magistrate more upright, a general more vigilant, a citizen more zealous for the prerogative of our republic. Caius Caesar, the latter champion of the same party, overcame difficulties almost equally great, and having acted upon a more splendid theatre, may perhaps appear a still greater character.
He will seem so to those only who place temperance and prudence, fidelity and patriotism, aside from the component parts of greatness. Caesar, of all men, knew best when to trust fortune. Sertorius never trusted her at all, nor ever marched a step along a path he had not patiently and well explored. The best of Romans slew the one, and worse the other. The death of Caesar was that which the wise and virtuous would most deprecate for themselves and for their children; that of Sertorius what they would most desire. And since, Quinctus, we have seen the ruin of our country, and her enemies are intent on ours, let us be grateful that the last years of life have neither been useless nor inglorious, and that it is likely to close, not under the condemnation of such citizens as Cato and Brutus, but as Lepidus and Antonius. It is with more sorrow than asperity that I reflect on Caius Caesar. Oh, had his heart been unambitious as his style, had he been as prompt to succour his country as to enslave her, how great, how incomparably great were he! Then perhaps at this hour, O Quinctus, and in this villa, we should have enjoyed his humorous and erudite discourse, for no man ever tempered so seasonably and so justly the materials of conversation. How graceful was he, how unguarded! His whole character was uncovered, as we represent the bodies of heroes and of gods. 2 years ago at this very season, on the 3rd of the Saturnalia, he came hither spontaneously and unexpectedly to dine with me, and although one of his attendants read to him, as he desired while he was bathing, the verses on him and Mamora, he retained his usual good humour, and discoursed after dinner on many points of literature with admirable ease and judgment. Him I shall see again, and while he acknowledges my justice, I shall acknowledge his virtues, and contemplate them unclouded. I shall see again our father, and Mutius Scaevola, and you and our sons, and the ingenuous and faithful Tyro. He alone has power over my life, if any has, for to him I confide my writings, and our worthy Marcus Brutus will meet me, whom I would embrace among the first, for if I have not done him an injury, I have caused him one. Had I never lived, or had I never excited his envy, he might perhaps have written as I have done, but for the sake of avoiding me, he caught both cold and fever. Let us pardon him, let us love him, with a weakness that injured his eloquence, and with a softness of soul that sapped the constitution of our state. He is no unworthy branch of that family, which will be remembered the longest among men. O happy day when I shall meet my equals, and when my inferiors shall trouble me no more. Man thinks it miserable to be cut off in the midst of his projects. He should rather think it miserable to have formed them. For the one is his own action, the other is not. The one was subject from the beginning to disappointments and vexations, the other ends them. And what truly is that period of life in which we are not in the midst of our projects? They spring up only the more rank and wild, year after year, from their extinction or change of form, as herbage from the corruption and dying down of herbage.
Do you believe that the Marian faction would have annulled your order?
I believe that their safety would have required its ruin, and that their vengeance, not to say their equity, would have accomplished it. The civil war was of the Senate against the equestrian order and the people, and was maintained by the wealth of the patricians, accumulated in the time of Sylla, from the proscription of all whom violence made, or avarice called, its adversaries. It would have been necessary to confiscate the whole property of the order, and to banish its members from Italy. Any measure short of these would have been inadequate to compensate the people for their losses, nor would there have been a sufficient pledge for the maintenance of tranquillity. The exclusion of 300 families from their estates, which they had acquired in great part by rapine, and their expulsion from a country which they had inundated with blood, would have prevented that partition treaty whereby are placed in the hands of 3 men the properties and lives of all. There should in no government be a contrariety of interests. Checks are useful, but it is better to stand in no need of them. Bolts and bars are good things, but would you establish a college of thieves and robbers to try how good they are? Misfortune has taught me many truths, which a few years ago I should have deemed suspicious and dangerous. The fall of Rome and of Carthage, the form of whose governments were almost the same, has been occasioned by the divisions of the ambitious in their senates. For we conscript fathers call that ambition which the lower ranks call avarice. In fact, the only difference is, that the one wears fine linen, the other coarse. One covets the government of Asia, the other a cask of vinegar. The people were indifferent which side prevailed, until their houses in that country were reduced to ashes. In this were delivered to murderers and gamesters.
Painful is it to reflect that the greatness of most men originates from what has been taken by fraud or violence out of the common stock. The greatness of states, on the contrary, depends on the subdivision of property, chiefly of the landed, in moderate portions, on the frugal pay of functionaries, chiefly of those who possess a property, and on unity of interests and designs. Where provinces are allotted, not for the public service, but for the enrichment of private families, where consuls wish one thing and tribunes wish another, how can there be prosperity or safety? If Carthage, whose government, as you observe, much resembled ours, had allowed the same rights generally to the inhabitants of Africa, had she been as zealous in civilizing as in coercing them, she would have ruined our commonwealth and ruled the world. Rome found the rest of Italy more cultivated than herself, but corrupted for the greater part by luxury, ignorant of military science, and more patient of slavery than of toil. She conquered, and in process of time infused into them somewhat of her spirit, and imparted to them somewhat of her institutions. Nothing was then wanting to her policy, but only to grant voluntarily what she might have foreseen they would unite to enforce, and to have constituted a social body in Italy. This would have rendered her invincible. Ambition would not permit our senators to divide with others the wealth and aggrandizement arising from authority, and hence our worst citizens are become our rulers. The same error was committed by Sertorius, from purer principles, when he created a senate in Spain, but admitted no Spaniard. The practice of disinterestedness, the force of virtue, in despite of so grievous an affront, united to him the bravest and most honorable of nations. If he had granted to them what was theirs by nature, and again due for benefits, he would have had nothing else to regret than that they had so often broken our legions and covered our commanders with shame. What could be expected in our country, where the aristocracy possessed in the time of Sylla more than half the land, and disposed of all the revenues and offices arising from our conquests? It would be idle to remark that the armies were paid out of them, when those armies were but the household of the rich, and necessary to their safety. On such reasoning there is no clear profit, no property, no possession. We cannot eat without a cook, without a husbandman, without a butcher. These take a part of our money. The armies were no less the armies of the aristocracy than the money that paid and the provinces that supplied them, no less, in short, than their beds and bolsters. Why could not we have done them from policy and equity what has been and often will be done under another name by favor and injustice? On the agrarian law we never were unanimous, yet Tiberius Gracchus had among the upholders of his plan the most prudent, the most equitable, and the most dignified in the republic, Laelius, the friend of Scipio, whose wisdom and moderation you have lately extolled in your dialogue, Crassus, then Pontifex Maximus, and Appius Claudius, who resolved by this virtuous and patriotic deed to wipe away the stain left for ages on his family by its licentiousness, pride, and tyranny. To these names another must be added, a name which we have been taught from our youth upward to uphold in reverence, the greatest of our jurists, Mutius Scaevola. The adversaries of the measure cannot deny the humanity and liberality of its provisions, by which those who might be punished for violating the laws should be indemnified for the loss of the possessions they held illegally, and these possessions should be distributed among the poorer families, not for the purpose of corrupting their votes, but that they should have no temptation to sell them. You smile, Marcus.
For this very thing the conscript fathers were inimical to Tiberius Gracchus, and accused him of an attempt to introduce visionary and impractical changes into the commonwealth. Among the elder of his partisans, some were called ambitious, some prejudiced. Among the younger, some were madmen, the rest traitors, just as they were protected or unprotected by the power of their families or the influence of their friends.
The most equitable and necessary law promulgated of latter times in our republic was that by Caius Gracchus, who, finding all our magistratures in the disposal of the Senate, and witnessing the acquittal of all criminals whose peculations and extortions had ruined our provinces and shaken our dominion, transferred the judicial power to the equestrian order. Scipio's law, 25 years afterward, was an infringement of this, and the oration of Lucius Crassus in its favor, bearing with it the force of genius and the stamp of authority, formed in great measure, as you acknowledge, both your politics and your eloquence. The intimacy of Crassus with Aculeo, the husband of our maternal aunt, inclined you perhaps to follow the more readily his opinions, and to set a higher value than you might otherwise have done on his celebrated oration.
You must remember, my brother, that I neither was nor profess myself to be adverse to every agrarian law, though I opposed with all my energy and authority that agitated by Rullus, on which occasion I represented the two Gracchi as most excellent men, inflamed by the purest love of the Roman people, in their proposal to divide among the citizens what was unquestionably their due. I mentioned them as those on whose wisdom and institutions many of the soldier parts in our government were erected, and I opposed the particular law at that time laid before the people, as leading to the tyranny of a decemvirate. The projects of Caesar and Pompeius on this business were unjust and pernicious. Those of Gracchus I now acknowledge to have been equitable to the citizens and salutary to the state. Unless I made you this concession, how could I defend my own conduct, a few months ago, in persuading the Senate to distribute among the soldiers of the 4th Legion and the Legion of Mars, for their services to the Republic, those lands in Campania which Caesar and Pompeius would have allotted in favour of their partisans in usurpation? Caius Gracchus, on the contrary, would look aside to no advantage or utility, and lost the most powerful of his friends, adherents, and relatives by his inflexible rectitude.
The attempt to restore the best and wisest of our ancient customs was insolently and falsely called innovation, for from the foundation of our city a part of the conquered lands was sold by auction under the spear, an expression which hath since been used to designate the same transaction within the walls. Another part was holden in common, a third was leased out at an easy rate to the poorer citizens, so that formerly the lower and intermediate class possessed by right the exclusive benefit of 2/3, and an equal chance, wherever there was industry and frugality, of the other. Latterly, by various kinds of vexation and oppression, they have been deprived of nearly the whole. Cornelia was not a woman of a heart so sickly tender as to awaken its sympathies at all hours, and to excite and pamper in it a false appetite. Like the rest of her family, she cared little or nothing for the applauses and opinions of the people. She loved justice, and it was on justice that she wished her children to lay the foundation of their glory. This ardor was inextinguished in her by the blood of her eldest son. She saw his name placed where she wished it, and she pointed it out to Caius. Scandalous words may be written on the wall under it by dealers in votes and traffickers in loyalty, but little is the worth of a name that perishes by chalk or charcoal.
The moral, like the physical body, hath not always the same wants in the same degree. We put off or on a greater or less quantity of clothes according to the season, and it is the season that we must accommodate ourselves in government, wherein there are only a few leading principles which are never to be disturbed. I now perceive that the laws of society in one thing resemble the laws of perspective. They require that what is below should rise gradually, and that what is above should descend in the same proportion, but not that they should touch. Still less do they inform us what is echoed in our ears by new masters from camp and schoolroom, that the wisest and best should depend on the weakest and worst, and that when individuals, however ignorant of moral discipline and impatient of self-restraint, are deemed adequate to the management of their affairs at 20 years, a state should never be, that boys should come out of pupillage, that men should return to it, that people in their actions and abilities so contemptible as the triumvirate would become by their own appointment our tutors and guardians, and shake their scourges over Marcus Brutus, Marcus Varro, Marcus Tullius. The Romans are hastening back, I see, to the government of hereditary kings, whether by that name or another is immaterial, which no virtuous and dignified man, no philosopher of whatever sect, hath recommended, approved, or tolerated, and than which no moralist, no fabulist, no visionary, no poet, satirical or comic, no fescennine jester, no dwarf or eunuch, the most privileged of privileged classes, no runner at the side of a triumphal car, in the uttermost extravagancies of his licentiousness, has imagined anything more absurd, more indecorous, or more insulting. What else indeed is the reason why a nation is called barbarous by the Greeks and us? This alone stamps the character upon it, standing for whatever is monstrous, for whatever is debased. What a shocking sight should we consider an old father of a family led in chains along the public street, with boys and prostitutes shouting after him, and should we not retire from it quickly and anxiously? A sight greatly more shocking now presents itself. An ancient nation is reduced to slavery by those who vowed before the people and before the altars to defend her. And is it hard for us, O Quinctus, to turn away our eyes from this abomination? Or is it necessary for a Gaul or an Illyrian to command us that we close them on it?
No, Marcus, no. Let us think upon it as our forefathers always thought, and our friends lately.
I am your host, my brother, and must recall you awhile to pleasanter ideas. How beautiful is this Formian coast, how airy this villa! Ah, whether have I beckoned your reflections? It is the last of ours perhaps we may ever see. Do you remember the races of our children along the sands, and their consternation when Tyro cried, "The Loestrigons, the Loestrigons"? He little thought he prophesied in his mirth, and all that poetry has feigned of these monsters should in so few years be accomplished. The other evening, an hour or two before sunset, I sailed quietly along the coast, for there was little wind, and the stillness on shore made my heart faint within me. I remembered how a short time ago I had conversed with Cato around the villa of Lucullus, whose son, such was the modesty of the youth, followed rather than accompanied us. O gods, how little then did I foresee or apprehend that the guardianship of this young man, and also of Cato's son, would within 1 year have devolved on me by the deplorable death of their natural protector.
There is something of softness, not unallied to sorrow, in these mild winter days and their humid sunshine.
I know not, Quinctus, by what train or connection of ideas they lead me, rather to the past than to the future, unless it be that when the fibres of our bodies are relaxed, as they must be in such weather, the spirits fall back easily upon reflection, and are slowly incited to expectation. The memory of those great men who consolidated our republic by their wisdom, exalted it by their valour, and protected and defended it by their constancy, stands not alone nor idly. They draw us after them. They place us with them. O Quinctus, I wish I could impart to you my firm persuasion that after death we shall enter into their society, and what matter if the place of our reunion be not the Capitol or the Forum, be not Elysian meadows or Atlantic islands. Locality has nothing to do with mind once free. Carry this thought perpetually with you, and death, whether you believe it terminates our whole existence or otherwise, will lose, I will not say its terrors, for the brave and wise have none, but its anxieties and inquietudes.
Brother, when I see that many dogmas in religion have been invented to keep the intellect in subjection, I may fairly doubt the rest.
Yes, if any emolument be derived from them to the colleges of priests. But surely he deserves the dignity in the worship of a God, who first instructed men that by their own volition they may enjoy eternal happiness, that the road to it is most easy and most beautiful, such as any one would follow by preference, even if nothing desirable were at the end of it. Neither to give nor to take offence, are surely the two things most delightful in human life, and it is by these two things that eternal happiness may be attained. We shall enjoy a future state accordingly as we have employed our intellect and our affections. Perfect bliss can be expected by few, but fewer will be so miserable as they have been here.
A belief to the contrary, if we admit a future life, would place the gods beneath us in their best properties, justice and beneficence.
Belief in a future life is the appetite of reason, and I see not why we should not gratify it as unreluctantly as the baser. Religion does not call upon us to believe the fables of the vulgar, but on the contrary, to correct them.
Otherwise, overrun as we are in Rome by the foreigners of every nation, and ready to receive, as we have been, the buffooneries of Syrian and Egyptian priests, our citizens may within a few years become not only the dupes but the tributaries of these impostors. The Syrian may scourge us until we join him in his lamentation of Adonis, and the Egyptian may tell us that it is unholy to eat a chicken and holy to eat an egg, while a sly rogue of Judea whispers in our ear, "That is superstition. You go to heaven if you pay me 1/10 of your harvests." This, I have heard Cnaeus Pompeius relate, is done in Judea.
Yes, but the 10th paid all the expenses, both of civil government and religious. For the magistracy was, if such an expression can be repeated with seriousness, theocratical. In time of peace, a decimation of property would be intolerable, but the Jews have been always at war, natives of a sterile country and borderers of a fertile one, acute, meditative, melancholy, morose. I know not whether we ourselves have performed such actions as they have, or whether any nation has fought with such resolution and pertinacity. We laugh at their worship, they abominate ours. In this I think we are the wiser, for surely on speculative points it is better to laugh than to abominate. But whence have you brought your eggs and chickens? I have heard our Varro tell many stories about the Egyptian ordinances, but I do not remember this.
Indeed, the distinction seems a little too absurd, even for the worshippers of cats and crocodiles. Perhaps I may have wronged them. The nation I may indeed have forgotten, but I am certain of the fact. I place it in the archives of superstition, you may deposit it in its right cell. Among the Athenians, the priestess of Minerva was entitled to a measure of barley, a measure of wheat, and an obol on every birth and death. Some Eastern nations are so totally subjected to the priesthood that a member of it is requisite at birth, at death, and, by Thalassius, at marriage itself. He can even inflict pains and penalties. He can oblige you to tell him all the secrets of the heart. He can call your wife to him, your daughter to him, your blooming and innocent son. He can absolve from sin. He can exclude from pardon.
Now, Quinctus, egg and chicken, cat and crocodile, disappear and vanish. You repeat impossibilities. Mankind in its lowest degradation has never been depressed so low. The savage would strangle the impostor that attempted it. The civilized man would scourge him and hiss him from society. Come, come, brother, we may expect such a state of things whenever we find united the genius of the Cimmerian and the courage of the troglodyte. Religions wear out. Cover them with gold or case them with iron as you will. Jupiter is now less powerful in Crete than when he was in his cradle there, and spreads fewer terrors at Dodona than a shepherd's cur. Proconsuls have removed from Greece, from Asia, from Sicily, the most celebrated statues, and it is doubted at last whether these deities are in heaven, whom a cart and a yoke of oxen have carried away on earth. When the civil wars are over, and the minds of men become indolent and inactive, as is always the case after great excitement, it is not improbable that some novelties may be attempted in religion. But as my prophecies in the whole course of the late events have been accomplished, so you may believe me when I prognosticate that our religion, although it should be disfigured and deteriorated, will continue in many of its features. in many of its pomps and ceremonies, the same. Sibylline books will never be wanting while fear and curiosity are inherent in the composition of man, and there is something consolatory in this idea of duration and identity. For whatever be your philosophy, you must acknowledge that it is pleasant to think, although you know not wherefore, that, when we go away, things visible, like things intellectual, will remain in great measure as we left them. A slight displeasure would be felt by us if we were certain that after our death our houses would be taken down, though not only no longer inhabited by us, but probably not destined to remain in the possession of our children, and that even those vineyards, fields, and gardens were about to assume another aspect. On that promontory the mansion of Cornelia is yet standing, the same which Marius bought afterward, and which our friend Lucullus last inhabited, and whether from reverence of her virtues and exalted name, or that the gods preserve it as a monument of womanhood, its exterior is unchanged. Here she resided many years, and never would be induced to revisit Rome after the murder of her younger son. She cultivated a variety of flowers, naturalised exotic plants, and brought together trees from vale and mountain, trees unproductive of fruit, but affording her, in their superintendence and management, a tranquil expectant pleasure. There is no amusement, said she, so lasting and varied, so healthy and peaceful as horticulture. We read that the Babylonians and Persians were formerly much addicted to similar places of recreation. I have scarcely any knowledge in these matters, and the first time I went thither, I asked my questions of the gardener's boy, a child about 9 years old. He thought me even more ignorant than I was, and said, among other such remarks, I do not know what they call this plant at Rome, or whether they have it there, but it is among the commonest here, beautiful as it is, and we call it cytisus. Thank you, child, said I, smiling, and, pointing towards 2 cypresses, pray what do you call those high and gloomy trees at the extremity of the avenue, just above the precipice? Others like them, replied he, are called cypresses, but these, I know not why, have always been called Tiberius and Caius.
Of all studies, the most delightful and the most useful is biography. The seeds of great events lie near the surface. Historians delve too deep for them. No history was ever true. Lives I have read which, if they were not, had the appearance, the interest, and the utility of truth.
I have collected facts about Cornelia worth recording, and I would commemorate them the rather, as while the Greeks have had among them no few women of abilities, we can hardly mention 2.
Yet ours have advantages which theirs had not. Did Cornelia die unrepining and contented?
She was firmly convinced to the last that an agrarian law would have been just and beneficial, and was consoled that her illustrious sons had discharged at once the debt of nature and of patriotism. Glory is a light that shines from us on others, and not from others on us. Assured that future ages would render justice to the memory of her children, Cornelia thought they had already received the highest approbation, when they had received their own. If anything was wanting, their mother gave it. No stranger of distinction left Italy without a visit to her. You would imagine that they, and that she particularly, would avoid the mention of her sons. It was, however, the subject on which she was most delighted to converse, and which she never failed to introduce on finding a worthy auditor. I have heard from our father and from Scaevola, both of whom in their adolescence had been present on such occasions, that she mentioned her children, no longer indeed with the calm complacency and full content with which she showed them to the lady of Campania, as her gems and ornaments, but with such an exultation of delight at their glory as she would the heroes of antiquity. So little of what is painful in emotion did she exhibit at the recital. Those who could not comprehend her magnanimity at first believed her maddened by her misfortunes, but so many signs of wisdom soon displayed themselves, such staidness and sedateness of demeanour, such serene majestic suavity, they felt as if some deity were present, and when wonder and admiration and awe permitted them to lift up their eyes again toward her, they discovered from hers that the fondest of mothers had been speaking, the mother of Gracchi. Your remark on biography is just, yet how far below the truth is even the best representation of those whose minds the gods have illuminated. How much greater would the greatest man appear, if any one about him could perceive those innumerable filaments of thought which break as they arise from the brain, and the slenderest of which is worth all the wisdom of many at whose discretion lies the felicity of nations. This in itself is impossible, but there are fewer who mark what appears on a sudden and disappears again, such is the conversation of the wise, than there are who calculate those stars that are now coming forth above us. Scarcely one in several millions can apportion to what is exalted in mind its magnitude, place, and distance. We must be contented to be judged by that which people can discern and handle. That which they can have among them most at leisure is most likely to be well examined and duly estimated. Whence I am led to believe that my writings, and those principally which instruct men in their rights and duties, will obtain me a solider and more extensive reputation than I could have acquired in public life by busier, harder, and more anxious labours. Public men appear to me to live in that delusion which Socrates, in the Phaedo, would persuade us is common to all our species. We live in holes, says he, and fancy that we are living in the highest parts of the earth. What he says physically, I would say morally. Judge whether my observation is not at least as reasonable as his hypothesis, and indeed, to speak ingenuously, whether I have not converted what is physically false and absurd into what is morally true and important.
True beyond a question, and important as those whom it concerns will let it be. They who stand in high stations wish for higher, but they who have occupied the highest of all often think with regret of some one pleasanter they left below. Servius Tullius, a prudent man, dedicated to fortune what we call the narrow temple, with a statue in proportion, expressing his idea that fortune in the condition of mediocrity is more reasonably than any other the object of our vows. He could have given her as magnificent a name and as magnificent a residence as any she possesses, and you know she has many of both. But he wished perhaps to try whether for once she would be as favourable to wisdom as to enterprise.
If life allows us time for the experiment, let us also try it. Sleep, which the Epicureans and others have represented as the image of death, is, we know, the repairer of activity and strength. If they spoke reasonably and consistently, they might argue from their own principles, or at least take the illustration from their own fancy, that death, like sleep, may also restore our powers, and in proportion to its universality and absoluteness. Pursuers as they are of pleasure, their unsettled and restless imagination loves rather to brood over an abyss than to expatiate on places of amenity and composure. Just as sleep is the renovator of corporeal vigour, so, with their permission, I would believe death to be of the minds, that the body to which it is attached rather from habitude than from reason is little else than a disease to our immortal spirit, and that, like the remora of which mariners tell marvels, it counteracts, as it were, both oar and sail in the most strenuous advances we can make toward felicity. Shall we lament to feel this reptile drop off, or shall we not, on the contrary, leap with alacrity on shore, and offer up in gratitude to the gods whatever is left about us uncorroded and unshattered? A broken and abject mind is the thing least worthy of their acceptance.
Brother, you talk as if there were a plurality of gods.
I know not, and care not, how many there may be of them. Philosophy points to unity, but while we are here, we speak as those do who are around us, and employ in these matters the language of our country. Italy is not so fertile in hemlock as Greece, yet a wise man will dissemble half his wisdom on such a topic, and I, as you remember, adopting the means of dialogue, have often delivered my opinions in the voice of others, and speak now as custom, not as reason leads me.
Marcus, I still observe in you somewhat of aversion to Epicurus, a few of whose least important positions you have controverted in your dialogues, and I wish that, even there, you had been less irrisory, less of a pleader, that you had been, in dispassionate urbanity, his follower. Such was also the opinion of two men the most opposite in other things, Brutus and Caesar. Religions may fight in the street or over the grave, philosophy never should. We ought to forego the manners of the forum in our disquisitions, which, if they continue to be agitated as they have been, will be designated at last not only by foul epithets drawn from that unsober tub, but, as violence is apt to increase in fury until it falls from exhaustion, by those derived from war and bloodshed. I should not be surprised if they who write and reason on our calm domestic duties, on our best and highest interests, should hereafter be designated by some such terms as polemical and sarcastic. As horses start aside from objects they see imperfectly, so do men. Enmities are excited by an indistinct view. They would be allayed by conference. Look at any long avenue of trees, by which the traveller on our principal highways is protected from the sun. Those at the beginning are wide apart, but those at the end almost meet. Thus happens it frequently in opinions. Men, who were far asunder, come nearer and nearer in the course of life, if they have strength enough to quell, or good sense enough to temper and assuage, their earlier animosities. Were it possible for you to have spent an hour with Epicurus, you would have been delighted with him, for his nature was like the better part of yours. Zeno set out from an opposite direction, yet they meet at last and shake hands. He who shows us how fear may be reasoned with and pacified, how death may be disarmed of terrors, how pleasure may be united with innocence and with constancy, he who persuades us that vice is painful and vindictive, and that ambition, deemed the most manly of our desires, is the most childish and illusory, deserves our gratitude. Children would fall asleep more before they had trifled so long as grave men do. If you must quarrel with Epicurus on the principal good, take my idea. The happy man is he who distinguishes the boundary between desire and delight, and stands firmly on the higher ground. He who knows that pleasure not only is not possession, but is often to be lost and always to be endangered by it. In life, as in those prospects which if the sun were above the horizon we should see from hence, the objects covered with the softest light, and offering the most beautiful forms in the distance, are wearisome to attain, and barren. In one of your last letters you told me that you had come over into the camp of your old adversary.
I could not rest with him. As we pardon those reluctantly who destroy our family tombs, is it likely or reasonable that he should be forgiven who levels to the ground the fabric to which they lead, and to which they are only a rude and temporary vestibule?
Socrates was heard with more attention, Pythagoras had more authority in his lifetime, but no philosopher hath excited so much enthusiasm in those who never frequented, never heard, nor saw him, and yet his doctrines are not such in themselves as would excite it. How, then, can it be, otherwise than partly from the innocence of his life, and partly from the relief his followers experienced in abstraction from unquiet and insatiable desires? Many, it is true, have spoken of him with hatred, but among his haters are none who knew him, which is remarkable, singular, wonderful. For hatred seems as natural to men as hunger is, and excited, like hunger, by the presence of its food. And the more exquisite the food, the more excitable is the hunger.
I do not remember to have met anywhere before with the thought you have just expressed. Certain it is, however, that men in general have a propensity to hatred, profitless as it is and painful. We say proverbially, after Ennius or some other old poet, the descent of Avernus is easy. Not less easily are we carried down to the more pestiferous pool, whereinto we will drag our superiors and submerge them. It is the destiny of the obscure to be despised. It is the privilege of the illustrious to be hated. Whoever hates me proves and feels himself to be less than I am. If in argument we can make a man angry with us, we have drawn him from his vantage ground and overcome him. For he who, in order to attack a little man, and every one calls his adversary so, ceases to defend the truth, shows that truth is less his object than the little man. I profess the tenets of the new academy, because it teaches us modesty in the midst of wisdom, and leads through doubt to inquiry. Hence it appears to me that it must render us quieter and more studious, without doing what Epicurus would do, that is, without singing us to sleep in groves and meadows, while our country is calling on us loudly to defend her. Nevertheless, I have lived in the most familiar way with Epicureans, as you know, and have loved them affectionately. There is no more certain sign of a narrow mind, of stupidity and of arrogance, than to stand aloof from those who think differently from ourselves. If they have weighed the matter in dispute as carefully, it is equitable to suppose that they have the same chance as we have of being in the right. If they have not, we may as reasonably be out of humour with our footman or chairman. He is more ignorant and more careless of it still. End of section 33, part 1. Section 33, Part 2 of Imaginary Conversations by Walter Savage Landor. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Section 33, Part 2.
I see the servants have lighted the lamps in the house earlier than usual, hoping, I suppose, we shall retire to rest in good time, that tomorrow they may prepare the festivities for your birthday. Within how few minutes has the night closed in upon us! Nothing is left discernible of the promontories, or the long irregular breakers under them. We have before us only a faint glimmering from the shells in our path, and from the blossoms of the arbutus.
The Circean hills, and even the nearer, loftier, and whiter rocks of Anxur, are become indistinguishable. We leave our Cato and our Lucullus, we leave Cornelia and her children, the scenes of friendship and the recollections of greatness, for Lepidus and Octavius and Antonius. And who knows whether this birthday, between which and us so few days intervene, may not be, as it certainly will be, the least pleasurable, the last. Death has two aspects, dreary and sorrowful to those of prosperous, mild and almost genial to those of adverse fortune. Her countenance is old to the young, and youthful to the aged. To the former her voice is importunate, her gait terrific. The latter she approaches like a bedside friend, and calls in a whisper that invites to rest. To us, my Quinctus, advanced as we are on our way, weary from its perplexities, and dizzy from its precipices, she gives a calm welcome. Let her receive a cordial one. If life is a present, which any one foreknowing its contents would have willingly declined, does it not follow that any one would as willingly give it up, having well tried what they are? I speak of the reasonable, the firm, the virtuous, not of those who, like bad governors, are afraid of laying down the powers and privileges they have been proved unworthy of holding. Were it certain that the longer we live the wiser we become, and the happier, then indeed a long life would be desirable. But since, on the contrary, our mental strength decays, and our enjoyments of every kind not only sink and cease, but diseases and sorrows come in place of them, if any wish is rational, it is surely the wish that we should go away unshaken by years, undepressed by griefs, and undespoiled of our better faculties. Life and death appear more certainly ours than whatsoever else, and yet hardly can that be called ours. which becomes without our knowledge and goes without it, or that which we cannot put aside if we would, and indeed can anticipate but little. There are few who can regulate life to any extent, none who can order the things it shall receive or exclude. What value, then, should be placed upon it by the prudent man, when duty or necessity calls him away? Or what reluctance should he feel on passing into a state where at least he must be conscious of fewer checks and inabilities? Such, my brother, as the brave commander, when from the secret and dark passages of some fortress wherein implacable enemies besieged him, having performed all his duties and exhausted all his munition, he issues at a distance into open day. Everything has its use. Life to teach us the contempt of death, and death the contempt of life. Glory, which among all things between stands eminently the principal, although it has been considered by some philosophers as mere vanity and deception, moves those great intellects which nothing else could have stirred, and places them where they can best and most advantageously serve the commonwealth. Glory can be safely despised by those only who have fairly won it. A low, ignorant, or vicious man should dispute on other topics. The philosopher who condemns it has every rogue in his sect, and may reckon that it will outlive all others. Occasion may have been wanting to some, I grant it. They may have remained their whole lifetime like dials in the shade, always fit for use and always useless. But this must occur either in monarchical governments, or where persons occupy the first station who ought hardly to have been admitted to the secondary, and whom jealousy has guided more frequently than justice. It is true there is much inequality, much inconsiderateness, in the distribution of fame, and the principles according to which honour ought to be conferred are not only violated, but often inverted. Whoever wishes to be thought great among men must do them some great mischief, and the longer he continues in doing things of this sort, the more he will be admired. The features of fortune are so like those of genius as to be mistaken by almost all the world. We whose names and works are honourable to our country, and destined to survive her, are less esteemed than those who have accelerated her decay. Yet even here the sense of injury rises from, and is accompanied by a sense of merit, the tone of which is deeper and predominant. When we have spoken of life, death, and glory, we have spoken of all important things except friendship, for eloquence and philosophy and other inferior attainments are either means conducible to life and glory, or antidotes against the bitterness of death. We cannot conquer fate and necessity, yet we can yield to them in such a manner as to be greater than if we could. I have observed your impatience. You were about to appeal in behalf of virtue, but virtue is presupposed in friendship, as I have mentioned in my Lalius, nor have I ever separated it from philosophy or from glory. I discuss the subject most at large and most methodically in my treatise on our duties, and I find no reason to alter my definition or deductions. On friendship, in the present condition of our affairs, I would say but little. Could I begin my existence again, and what is equally impossible, could I see before me all I have seen, I would choose few acquaintances, fewer friendships, no familiarities. This rubbish, for such it generally is, collecting at the base of an elevated mind, lessens its height and impairs its character. What requires to be sustained, if it is greater, falls, if it is smaller, is lost to view by the intervention of its supporters. In literature, great men suffer more from their little friends than from their potent enemies. It is not by our adversaries that our early shoots of glory are nipped and broken off, or our later pestilentially blighted. It is by those who lie at our feet, and look up to us with a solicitous and fixed regard, until our shadow grows thicker and makes them colder. Then they begin to praise us as worthy men indeed, and good citizens, but rather vain, and what, to speak the truth, in others they should call presumptuous. They entertain no doubt of our merit in literature, yet justice forces them to declare that several have risen up lately who promise to surpass us. Should it be asked of them who these are, they look modest, and tell you softly and submissively it would ill become them to repeat the eulogies of their acquaintance, and that no man pronounces his own name so distinctly as another's. I had something of oratory once about me, and was borne on high by the spirit of the better Greeks. Thus they thought of me, and they thought of me, Quinctus, no more than thus. They had reached the straits, and saw before them the boundary, the impassable Atlantic of the intellectual world. But now I am a bad citizen, and a worse writer. I want the exercise and effusion of my own breath to warm me. I must be chafed by an adversary. I must be supported by a crowd. I require the forum, the rostra, the senate. In my individuality I am nothing. You remember the apologue of Critobulus?
No, I do not.
It was sent to me by Pomponius Atticus soon after my marriage. I must surely have shown it to you.
Not you, indeed, and I should wonder that so valuable a present, so rare an accession to Rome as a new Greek volume, should have come into your hands and not out of them into mine, if you had not mentioned that it was about the time of your nuptials. Let me hear the story.
I was wandering, says Critobulus, in the midst of a forest, and came suddenly to a small round fountain or pool, with several white flowers, I remember, and broad leaves in the centre of it, but clear of them at the sides, and of a water the most pellucid. Suddenly a very beautiful figure came from behind me, and stood between me and the fountain. I was amazed. I could not distinguish the sex, the form being youthful, and the face toward the water, on which it was gazing and bending over its reflection, like another Hylas or Narcissus. It then stooped and adorned itself with a few of the simplest flowers, and seemed the fonder and tenderer of those which had borne the impression of its graceful feet. And, having done so, it turned round and looked upon me with an air of indifference and unconcern. The longer I fixed my eyes on her, for I now discovered it was a female, the more ardent I became, and the more embarrassed. She perceived it, and smiled. Her eyes were large and serene, not very thoughtful, as if perplexed, not very playful, as if easily to be won, and her countenance was tinged with so delightful a colour, that it appeared an effluence from an irradiated cloud passing over it in the heavens. She gave me the idea, from her graceful attitude, that although adapted to the perfection of activity, she felt rather an inclination for repose. I would have taken her hand. "You shall presently," said she, and never fell on mortal a diviner glance than on me. I told her so. She replied, "You speak well." I then fancied she was simple and weak, and fond of flattery, and began to flatter her. She turned her face away from me and answered nothing. I declared my excessive love. She went some paces off. I swore it was impossible for one who had ever seen her to live without her. She went several paces farther. "By the immortal gods," I cried, "you shall not leave me." She turned round and looked benignly, but shook her head. "You are another's then. Say it, say it. Utter the word once from your lips, and let me die." She smiled more melancholy than before, and replied, "O Critobulus, I am indeed another's. I am a god's." The air of the interior heaven seemed to pierce me as she spoke, and I trembled as impassioned men may tremble once. After a pause, "I might have thought it," cried I. "Why then come before me and torment me?" She began to play and trifle with me, as became her age, I fancied, rather than her engagement, and she placed my hand upon the flowers in her lap without a blush. The whole fountain would not at that moment have assuaged my thirst. The sound of the breezes and of the birds around us, even the sound of her own voice, were all confounded in my ear, as colours are in the fulness and intensity of light. She said many pleasing things to me, to the earlier and greater part of which I was insensible, but in the midst of those which I could hear, and was listening to attentively, she began to pluck out the grey hairs from my head, and to tell me that the others too were of a hue not very agreeable. My heart sank within me. Presently there was hardly a limb or feature without its imperfection. "Oh," cried I in despair, You have been used to the gods. You must think so. But among men I do not believe I am considered as ill-made or unseemly." She paid little attention to my words or my vexation, and when she had gone on with my defects for some time longer, in the same calm tone and with the same sweet countenance, she began to declare that she had much affection for me, and was desirous of inspiring it in return. I was about to answer her with rapture, when on a sudden, in her girlish humour, she stuck a thorn, wherewith she had been playing, into the part of the body which supports us when we sit. I know not whether it went deeper than she intended, but catching at it, I leapt up in shame and anger, and at the same moment felt something upon my shoulder. It was an armlet inscribed with letters of bossy adamant, "Jove to his daughter Truth." She stood again before me at a distance, and said gracefully, "Critobulus, I am too young and simple for you, but you will love me still, and not be made unhappy by it in the end. Farewell."
Excuse my interruption. I heard a few days ago a pleasant thing reported of Asinius Pollio. He said, at supper, your language is that of an Alabrox.
After supper, I should rather think, and with Antonius. Asinius, urged by the strength of instinct, picks from amid the freshest herbage the dead dry stalk, and dozes and dreams about it where he cannot find it. Acquired, it is true, I have a certain portion of my knowledge, and consequently of my language, from the Allobroges. I cannot well point out the place, the walls of Romulus, the habitations of Janus and of Saturn, and the temple of Capitoline Jove, which the confessions I extorted from their ambassadors gave me in my consulate the means of saving, stand at too great a distance from this terrace.
Certainly you have much to look back upon, of what is most proper and efficacious to console you. Consciousness of desert protects the mind against obloquy, exalts it above calamity, and scatters to utter invisibility the shadowy fears of death. Nevertheless, O Marcus, to leave behind us our children, if indeed it will be permitted them to stay behind, is painful.
Among the contingencies of life, it is that for which we ought to be best prepared, as the most regular and ordinary in the course of nature. In dying and leaving our friends, and saying, "I shall see you no more," which is thought by the generous man the painfullest thing in the change he undergoes, we speak as if we shall continue to feel the same desire and want of seeing them, an inconsistency so common as never to have been noticed. And my remark, which you would think too trivial, startles by its novelty before it conciliates by its truth. We bequeath to our children a field illuminated by our glory, and enriched by our example, a noble patrimony, and beyond the jurisdiction of praetor or prescriber. Nor indeed is our fall itself without its fruit to them, for violence is the cause why that is often called a calamity which is not, and repairs in some measure its injuries by exciting to commiseration and tenderness. The pleasure a man receives from his children resembles that which, with more propriety than any other, we may attribute to the divinity. For to suppose that his chief satisfaction and delight should arise from the contemplation of what he has done or can do, is to place him on a level with a runner or a wrestler. The formation of a world or of 1,000 worlds is as easy to him as the formation of an atom. Virtue and intellect are equally his production, yet he subjects them in no slight degree to our volition. His benevolence is gratified at seeing us conquer our wills and rise superior to our infirmities, and at tracing day after day a nearer resemblance in our mortal features to his. We can derive no pleasure but from exertion. He can derive none from it, since exertion, as we understand the word, is incompatible with omnipotence.
Proceed, my brother, for in every depression of mind, in every excitement of feeling, my spirits are equalized by your discourse, and that which you said with too much brevity of our children soothes me greatly.
I am persuaded of the truth in what I have spoken, and yet, Quinctus, there is a tear that philosophy cannot dry, and a pang that will rise as we approach the gods. Two things tend, beyond all others, after philosophy, to inhibit and check our ruder passions as they grow and swell in us, and to keep our gentler in their proper play. And these two things are seasonable sorrow and inoffensive pleasure, each moderately indulged. Nay, there is also a pleasure, humble, it is true, but graceful and insinuating, which follows close upon our very sorrows, reconciles us to them gradually, and sometimes renders us at last undesirous altogether of abandoning them. If ever you have remembered the anniversary of some day whereon a dear friend was lost to you, tell me whether that anniversary was not purer and even calmer than the day before. The sorrow, if there should be any left, is soon absorbed, and full satisfaction takes place of it, while you perform a pious office to friendship, required and appointed by the ordinances of nature. When my Tulliola was torn away from me, 1,000 plans were in readiness for immortalising her memory, and raising a monument up to the magnitude of my grief. The grief itself has done it. The tears I then shed over her assuaged it in me, and did everything that could be done for her, or hoped, or wished. I called upon Tulliola. Rome and the whole world heard me. Her glory was a part of mine, and mine of hers, and when eternity had received her at my hands, I wept no longer. The tenderness wherewith I mentioned, and now mention her, though it suspends my voice, brings what consoles and comforts me. It is the milk and honey left at the sepulchre, and equally sweet, I hope, to the departed. The gods who have given us our affections permit us surely the uses and the signs of them. Immoderate grief, like everything else immoderate, is useless and pernicious, but if we did not tolerate and endure it, if we did not prepare for it, meet it, commune with it, if we did not even cherish it in its season, much of what is best in our faculties, much of our tenderness, much of our generosity, much of our patriotism, much also of our genius, would be stifled and extinguished. When I hear anyone call upon another to be manly and to restrain his tears, if they flow from the social and kind affections, I doubt the humanity and distrust the wisdom of the counsellor. Were he humane, he would be more inclined to pity and to sympathise than to lecture and reprove. And were he wise, he would consider that tears are given us by nature as a remedy to affliction, although, like other remedies, they should come to our relief in private. Philosophy, we may be told, would prevent the tears by turning away the sources of them, and by raising up a rampart against pain and sorrow. I am of opinion that philosophy, quite pure and totally abstracted from our appetites and passions, instead of serving us the better, would do us little or no good at all. We may receive so much light as not to see, and so much philosophy as to be worse than foolish. I have never had leisure to write all I could have written on the subjects I began to meditate and discuss too late. And where, O Quinctus, where are those men gone, whose approbation would have stimulated and cheered me in the course of them? Little is entirely my own in the Tusculan disputations, for I went rather in search of what is useful than of what is specious, and sat down oftener to consult the wise than to argue with the ingenious. In order to determine what is fairly due to me, you will see, which you may easily, how large is the proportion of the impracticable, the visionary, the baseless in the philosophers who have gone before me, and how much of application and judgment, to say nothing of temper and patience, was requisite in making the selection. Aristotle is the only one of the philosophers I am intimate with, except you extort from me to concede you Epicurus, who never is a dreamer or a trifler, and almost the only one whose language, varying with its theme, is yet always grave and concise, authoritative and stately, neither running into wild dithyrambics, nor stagnating in vapid luxuriance. I have not hesitated on many occasions to borrow largely from one who in so many provinces hath so much to lend. The whole of what I collected, and the whole of what I laid out from my own, is applicable to the purposes of our political, civil, and domestic state. And my eloquence, whatever, with Pollio's leave, it may be, would at least have sufficed me to elucidate and explore those ulterior tracks which the Greeks have coasted negligently and left unsettled. Although I think I have done somewhat more than they, I am often dissatisfied with the scantiness of my store and the limit of my excursion. Every question has given me the subject of a new one, which has always been better treated than the preceding, and like Archimedes, whose tomb appears now before me as when I first discovered it at Syracuse, I could almost ask of my enemy time to solve my problem. Quinctus, Quinctus, let us exult with joy. There is no enemy to be appeased or avoided. We are moving forward, and without exertion, thither where we shall know all we wish to know, and how greatly more than, whether in Tusculum or in Formia, in Rome or in Athens, we could ever hope to learn. End of section 33, part 2. End of Imaginary Conversations by Walter Savage Landor.